Hello, everyone, and welcome to this SEC quarterfinal. Hikaru taking on none other than Levon. And here to take you all through all the action, myself, Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster John Ludwig Hammer, who's actually making his debut here on this channel. John Ludwig, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm really looking forward to these games that just got underway. Hikaru with the white pieces, he's kind of playing the Nimso Indian defense with the white pieces, because here the way white has played with putting the bishop up, exchanging that bishop for a knight, and then bringing their own knight into the middle of the game, that is a standard play for black in the Nimso Indian opening. But here, Hikaru is playing it with white, and it's actually even more dangerous now because he has those extra moves since he got to start out the game.
The Nimso Indian has a reputation for being a very solid opening. Here, do you think the fact that Hikaru is playing with the white pieces, he has that extra tempo? Do you feel it makes a difference?
It's a solid opening, but you can win games with solid openings as well. And what I'm noting in particular is this bishop white has that's pointed down towards the black king. Even though the opening has a solid reputation, it can also be used by attacking players. And Hikaru, given the opportunity, he can really get to showcase some of his attacking skills as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, we see Levon take some ground on the queen side with those pawns, which have advanced to b5, c5, d5. There's a lot of tension going on there between the pawns. In general, which pawn breaks do you think white has to look out for? Which pawn breaks does black want to go for, if any at all?
It's a good question. I think that the main way for black to create trouble is to push this pawn forward in the middle, because that would stop the influence of this very good bishop Hikaru has pointing down towards the black king. And now Hikaru is really showcasing his intentions to go for an attacking win to start off this quarterfinal, because by pushing his rook up, this rook is going to move over and find its place, pointing down towards that black king yet again. And with both the bishop and the rook pointing in that same direction, this is going to get really scary for Aronian pretty soon.
Absolutely. I have a few questions actually for you regarding what you think Hikaru's strategy will be for this match, but I just want to acknowledge a couple of subs in the chat. So thank you so much, guys, for the support early on. This, I think, is Hikaru's most challenging matchup yet in the SCC to date. And I mean, absolutely no disrespect to the opponents he has played so far. But Levon, you know, he's been a long time world number 2, absolute elite player. So thank you so much, Sayonara, Foom, and I'm missing some others, but we very much appreciate the support. So yeah, John Ludwig, let me ask you, as D4 has just appeared on the board, what do you think Hikaru's overall strategy will be for this match?
Hikaru is just he's so dominant in internet blitz chess, and he's just going to want to play his game. He wants to create trouble for the opponent, create difficult decisions to deal with. But right now, it's Hikaru facing a difficult decision, because as we talked about, this pawn break, the pawn moving up in the center, this has both blocked off that beautiful bishop we saw pointing down towards the black king, but also it has opened up an attack from the bishop towards the white rook. Now, I was saying earlier that the plan for Hikaru was to move this rook over and have it pointing down towards the black king. In that regard, nothing has changed. He can still do that. However, that will be faced with some ideas black has of using this square in the middle now that a black pawn is no longer occupying it. And Hikaru, he does decide to make a trade here. And now I'm expecting him to actually just capture this pawn in the center, trying to say to Aronian that, well, you're offering me a free pawn. I'm putting pressure on this one with both my pawn and my bishop. I'm just going to take it and leave it to you to justify this sacrifice.
And we're going to see if Hikaru is going to do just that. I'm always curious, to see how do these players justify such a sacrifice. First of all, we'll see, does Levon even recapture at all? Maybe there are other possibilities to deviate immediately. And if he does recapture, will Hikaru take on d4? Do you feel it's a pawn you would be comfortable taking in a blitz time control?
Well, at this point, Hikaru is already committed. If he wanted not to win a pawn here, he should have pushed his pawn forward in the center and tried to launch his own attack of the pawns on the king side. Having now captured in the center, Hikaru is saying, okay, I'm willing to play on your terms. I'm going to allow you to make this pawn sacrifice, but I am going to take that pawn and make you justify your reasoning for giving me this freebie. And here, Aronian with his knight, using that square, the black pawn left, the knight now putting pressure on white's pawn. Together with the bishop. And this is a really, really tense game. And to start off today, for the first hour and a half, we're going to have 5-minute games where each player gets an additional second per move made. And despite only having played 16 moves so far, both players are down below 2 minutes. So I think this is going to be a time scramble to decide the first one.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I feel in general, time scrambles, the faster the time control gets, the more that will favor Hikaru. I'm probably going to botch it. I'm very bad at remembering quotes, but I think Hikaru said something recently that if he gets into the bullet portion with no more than a 2-point deficit, and correct me, chat or mods, if I'm misremembering, but I think what he said is if he has no more than a 2-point deficit, he is quite confident he can beat anyone in the world in the bullet portion still. So he's very, very confident. And we are now entering almost bullet territory here. As bishop b4, and I see a gaping hole on c3. What else is there going on in this position?
Well, I think right now the main thing is that the white bishop has been blockaded by its own pawn on d4. Hikaru is up a pawn, but he's really struggling with the activity of his pieces, his bishop being massively restricted by this pawn. Also, the black knight in the center is incredibly well placed. Hikaru would desperately like to push his pawn forward to kick that knight out, but in response, Levon is just putting everything he has to put pressure on this white pawn. And Hikaru, despite being a pawn up, is under some pressure right now. And he's down to just 30 seconds on the clock. Hikaru is incredible at the fast-paced games, but he is now in trouble, having to face some incredible play from Aronian. Aronian sacrificed a pawn early on and really just has kept on the pressure ever since.
Yeah, and it feels like this is a position that Hikaru would probably rather play as black. Queen a5, we see the engine did not really approve of that move, and it seems to be because of Hikaru's response a3.
Yeah, a3, excellent move, trying to kick out this black bishop. I'm guessing this bishop will now retreat itself closer to the black king, but making that decision is time consuming for Aronian, and both players now below 1 minute on the clock, and Hikaru pushing further up with his pawns. Hikaru now has 2 pawns controlling this c5 square, which means he can safely put his knight there on the next move, and this knight will limit the options of black's rooks.
Is there any way black can stop us from planting that knight? Doesn't look like it, right?
No, and now Aronian is... Oh, actually, maybe I spoke too soon. Aronian is trying to attack the pawn that was securing this location on c5 for Hikaru's knight. Hikaru feels forced to take that one out. Aronian taking back... and now Hikaru starting the attack on the opposite flank with both players down to just 13 seconds.
And 1 second increment is really almost nothing. It's good enough in the end if you have a completely winning position, but to play such a rich position with just 1 second increment, I feel it's really favoring Hikaru now. Somehow the tide has turned completely.
Yeah, and look at this. Hikaru is sacrificing back the pawn he received early on.
Is Levon gonna flag? He flagged.
Yeah, and the reason Levon flagged is how Hikaru was able to open up for his bishop. We were talking early on in the game that this bishop was a problem, but once it managed to get activated, that was just the end of it for Aronian. Aronian just collapsed immediately after Hikaru got that bishop back into play.
Wow, so we're gonna try and open, well, here is the second game. Let's just flip the board. And what do we have? Levon playing an English opening. Let's maybe very quickly go back to the beginning. Just click through the first few moves.
Yeah, so an English opening from Levon. Hikaru bringing the knights out early, as is Levon. This is known as the 4 knights variation of the English opening, obviously, because all the knights got involved before the rest of the pieces. Aronian then taking a bit of a cautious approach with his pawn in the center, allowing Hikaru to get the bishop out, pointed down towards that white king, and both players are getting their pieces into play. Hikaru here very early on, asking for that trade of knights, and does get that trade confirmed. And it's an interesting position here with lots of pieces still on the board. And lots to fight for, which I guess is essentially what Hikaru is looking for. He wants to have combative games.
John Ludwig, would you agree that the first game was sort of a warning, that Levon had to take that as a warning? Getting into those extreme time scrambles against Hikaru is probably not a road he wants to go down.
I mean, for any player, being low on time is a big problem. But there's a special psychology playing against Hikaru, because everyone knows if you get low on time against him, that's probably going to be the end of it. That being said, I thought it was an excellent game by Aronian. Yeah. I thought Aronian was putting some massive pressure on Hikaru, even with the black pieces. So if it was a shot from anyone, I would say it was a shot from Aronian, showing that he's not going to be a pushover in this match, and that he can sacrifice pawns in the opening and actually force Hikaru to be down on 20 seconds on the clock. Because even though Aronian ended up losing the game, at some point Hikaru had 20 seconds left, and the computer didn't really like his position that much. So I thought it was a really interesting play from Aronian.
Speaking of getting low on time, Levon just spent an incredibly long amount of time for this blitz control on rook b1. What do you think that was about? What was he considering?
Well, chess is a difficult game, so you often want to spend a lot of time. It's clear what his intentions behind the move is, though. He wants to push his pawn forward, but he needed the rook in support of that. As for the time management, we'll see if that works out for him. I suspect, as you do as well, that if he keeps spending that much time on opening decisions, this is not going to go Aronian's way.
Of course, I mean, it's the start of the match. For those of you who are maybe just tuning in now, this is only game 2. Hikaru just won game 1. As John Ludwig was just saying, a very exciting game. Do you feel like, what is your experience at the start of the match? Do you feel it sometimes takes the players a little bit just to get into the groove of things, adapt to these time controls?
For me, when I play tournaments, I always consider the first round the most difficult one, because then you're kind of getting into your game mode. And so in a match, when there's only 2 players, it means that it would be, if you start falling behind from the start, that's going to be a massive problem. So the person who first kind of adjusts to the time control and the situation will probably have the upper hand. And here I gotta say, I really like Hikaru's play, the way he's gained control of the central areas of the board. Putting his pawns next to each other. That's when they're the most effective, because when they are next to each other, they control both the light squares and the dark squares, and they're kind of creating a barrier for white's pieces.
Not just that, I completely agree with you. Love Hikaru's center, but look at the clock times here. Levon is down to only 1.5 minutes. Hikaru still has almost 4 minutes. That's a huge time difference. Already Levon is still thinking here. He's going to have to speed up. What should white do? Should white try and attack the pawn center immediately? Try and improve the pieces? What's the approach here?
Well, I think the time situation is based on Aronian not liking his position. And this is something we will often see, that a player who's uncomfortable will spend a lot of time trying to find a situation, a move, where they feel like they got everything under control. And so I think Aronian's time usage here is a symptom of him not being happy with the position. And here I'm really intrigued by the decision Hikaru has to make. Because
I think so is he, by the way, because on the camera we just saw him looking at the ceiling when E4 appeared on the board.
Yeah, it was a difficult choice to make, and frankly, I'm surprised by his aggressive approach. He pushed his pawn forward in the center, but that means that Aronian now has been allowed to put his knight on a great square in the middle of the board. And basically what Hikaru is claiming is that this knight is currently extremely well placed, but it's not actually really attacking anything. And Hikaru is going to choose the strategy here called playing around the piece. Hikaru is basically just going to put his bishop here in front of the knight, making sure that the knight has nowhere good to move. And then Hikaru will start pushing his pawns up towards that white king. Very interesting strategic play right now.
I guess some players might have been tempted as white to capture the bishop on e7, get rid of Hikaru's bishop pair, but I guess the problem with that is just because of those nice pawns on e5 and d4, is that Hikaru has more space and also a better grip on a square like c3. Was that the problem?
Well, if it was a problem, then Aronian now decided that it wasn't anymore. Yeah. I think the main reasoning was that in that situation, the white bishop would be blocked by its own pawn, whereas the black bishop would be a very nice addition to these central pawns. When Aronian decided to go for this regardless, it's because he saw that he could then afterwards force the trade and trade away that bad bishop.
Once again, there was a pawn hanging on b4. Well, maybe it's too late to go back now. We'll see if there comes another chance to take that. How do you go on about this? If I'm black, I'm always tempted to just take one move to play h6, g6, make some air for my king, and we see that's what Hikaru does.
Grandmaster thinking right there. But on the other hand, Aronian now preparing the move h5, also now pointing down on this pawn. This white rook is actually very well placed, trying to control two black pawns at the same time, forcing Hikaru to make a defensive stance with his pieces. Aronian now down to 20 seconds. It would be surprising, I think, if Aronian managed to defend this with so little time. But he's doing a good job of it, and he's putting pressure on Hikaru on multiple fronts, which is what you have to do in situations like this.
B4 has dropped now, though. It happened so fast that we barely saw it happen, but H5 Hikaru just took, and Rook D5. So I don't know if there was an oversight or if Levon just gave up the pawn to get some kind of play on the king side, but it seems like it's just a pawn here, John Ludwig.
Yeah, but to be honest, that pawn could have been captured earlier in the game as well. So it was always a pawn that was in trouble, and there was a struggle whether or not there would be an appropriate moment to actually capture it. Hikaru has done so, and now has a pawn lead going into the time scramble, but the computer is not at all convinced that this is a winning situation for black. It's saying it's rather equal, despite the extra pawn for Hikaru, which leaves some food for thought. Like, you would think there's some trouble brewing in the position, with the computer not being more optimistic than it currently is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, but Hikaru is taking his time here as well. The time has almost evened up now. Hikaru down to 25 seconds. King H6, that's not a move I was expecting, John Ludwig.
He's really going for it here, Hikaru. He's trying to capture another pawn. And now Hikaru is down below 20 seconds himself. Hikaru realizing he's kind of losing grip of the situation. Going for the trade of queens. Trade of queens has been accepted. Then Hikaru now pointing his rooks. Both rooks working together towards the pawn on F2. That pawn is going to be a crucial thing to capture, because now there's checkmating ideas for the white king, and the computer is suddenly saying that this is a winning situation for Hikaru. The big question is, can he give a checkmate to white's king? Hikaru decides not to go for the checkmate and instead starts gobbling up white pawns, and here the white pawns are just captured one after the other. And because Hikaru has his king being able to support that last remaining pawn, he is able to win the game with two extra pawns. So
the players are so moving so fast that I think the games are coming in by pairs. That's because they are playing so fast. But it looks like Hikaru has shown great technique, and that D pawn is just running up the board. It's now become a queen.
Yeah, but actually, maybe this was a mistake on Hikaru's part, because winning with a queen against a rook is actually not as easy as you would think. However, for a human, defending this perfectly is almost impossible. And Hikaru manages to get a really nice position that is known to be a winning situation. The way he forced white's king into the corner, this is actually way more tricky an endgame than you would think, but it's
I will never forget. I think it was Morozevich who failed to win this. Either Morozevich or Yakovenko, but it was these two facing off. And okay, I don't know if Levon lost on time again. Surely he wouldn't resign unless there's a forced loss. My feeling is Levon lost again. And yeah, as you were saying, this endgame, certainly not easy, but 2-0, what a start. For Hikaru, both games though were incredibly competitive, very interesting stuff. But my feeling is, I don't know about you, that Levon cannot afford to spend quite as much time as he did. Of course, that's easier said than done. I understand that, but that he cannot afford to spend quite as much time in the opening and middle game.
Yeah, we'll see if he tries to adjust that strategy now going into game 3. And Hikaru has actually played the orangutan opening, also known as the Polish opening. He pushed his pawn.
Do you think it could be a mouse slip, or do you think he intended B4?
No, he definitely played this on purpose. And one of the benefits of Hikaru's strategy is that he now has an extra pawn in the middle of the board, while Aronian has a pawn on the side of the board. So Hikaru is now going to try to exploit the fact that he has these 4 pawns that can work together against these 3 pawns for black. And already his position is looking quite good. having both those fianchettoed bishops, a bishop on the side of the board pointing down in towards the middle. Those bishops are just looking amazing right here, trying to have that pressure in towards the center. And if I'm Hikaru now, I would move my rook to the side and just continue trying to push these guys up in the middle of the board.
I mean, I'm just so impressed every time. And John Ludwig, the openings are probably my weakest point in chess. I know very little about openings, and I thought tonight maybe will be a good opportunity when John Ludwig here with me. We'll see so many games. Hikaru plays all these systems with b3. Okay, here it was b4, and I always first I'm not really sure what they called. I never know. I'm never sure about the nuances, but it's just magic in his hands. I mean, he always just plays this b3. So often I see, out of the opening, the engine gives black a small edge, and then, a few moves later, he just turns it around. And I feel it's especially helpful in fast time control to have a system that doesn't involve so many long theoretical lines, but that you're just so familiar with.
Yeah, and to some extent, it's not really a system either. I think a lot of his play is improvisation because it's really just helpful getting the opponent away from the lines they studied. And there's another top player who is pretty fond of this strategy, and that's Magnus Carlsen. And Hikaru and Magnus are two of the few people in chess who can confidently state, like, I can play any opening and I'm still going to put lots of pressure on you and make your life difficult. And so Hikaru is choosing this strategy to avoid the opponent's preparation, and just he wants to play a game because he knows that on a level playing field, he can take down anyone.
Speaking of, one final question before we get back to this game. During game one, and the action is happening so fast, during game one, someone in the chat was asking a question to you, John Ludwig. Do you think it will be Christopher against Sven in the final of the SCC? And now we'll test your... It's a little bit of a trivia.
Yeah, no, I must say I was delighted the first time I discovered that Magnus's legal because that is in Norwegian circles considered a very old-fashioned kind of boring-ish name. My apologies to all Svens out there. But yes, now the recent discovery is that Hikaru has a unknown first name as well. So Christopher versus Sven, aka Hikaru versus Magnus. It is the final we're all wanting to see. Yeah. But the question is, will we be able to see it here? Because look at this play from Levon Avronian with the black pieces. He is putting the pressure on Hikaru. And here there was a situation where Hikaru's queen was forced to move into that same diagonal where the black bishop was already pointing. This allowed Avronian to start making captures. And as a result of these captures, there's an attack on both bishops at the same time. One bishop retreats, attacks the rook. And here, Hikaru is down a rook in trade for a bishop. Hikaru is going to have to struggle for a draw here, as Levon shows that even after having lost the first two games, he's come to put up a fight and make it difficult for Hikaru.
Absolutely. It feels like, luckily, the bishop we do have for the rook is quite a monster bishop on that long diagonal. Knight d3, where do we want to capture on c6 with the rook, or do we just want to hit the knight, make that move first? How do we decide?
Really difficult choice, but I'm gonna say that the expertise that is Hikaru Nakamura probably is gonna make the right choice, or rather, whatever choice he makes is the right one. So if Hikaru had used his rook to capture the black pawn, then odds are that the white rook would have been traded off, and that would make black's conversion to a win much, much easier. Because here, now Hikaru can use that rook he kept, and he can start trying to make threats on black's position. Here coming up with the rook, pointing in towards the knight. The knight has to move. Maybe we can take this pawn. Maybe we can take this other pawn. Okay, Hikaru now going for the rook trade. Because now the rook trade is not possible. If the rooks are traded, the knight will come up and attack both the pawn and the black rook.
And you cannot defend it.
Yeah.
Because d5 was covered, and if rook a8, I think, sorry, I cut across, but what you're getting at is if the rook goes to a8, there was a discovery check with knight e7. Very nice.
Which is why I'm surprised Hikaru is going for the trade even so. Oh, he's still going after this pawn on a5. That's excellent. And if this pawn moves forward to try and save itself, Hikaru will have the double attack, the nasty fork attacking both black's king and the black rook. And so Hikaru has now accomplished what was supposed to be extremely difficult. He has managed to eliminate all of Aronyan's pawns on the left side of the board, which means Hikaru can now focus his defensive efforts on this side where the kings reside. And that's going to be much easier for him to defend because he has a smaller part of the board where he needs to keep his attention. It would have been much more difficult if he also had to deal with a black pawn out here on the side.
Absolutely. This a-pawn will fall sooner or later. Of course, Hikaru will try and hold on to it for as long as possible, but I think it will fall. And then the question is, can he hold? What do you think? Objectively, is it winning for black, or do you think it's objectively a draw? It's one of these positions that's very tough to evaluate, I guess.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind, by securing that black pawn on the side of the board, Hikaru has managed to get this position into drawing territory. I think he's going to save this game. I don't really see much Levon can do to stop it. I think this is 100% safe for Hikaru. And I'm going to say that there's even some chances for Hikaru to win. Because Aronyan being frustrated with wasting a good chance to get an important win here, he might get into time trouble and land himself in trouble.
Yeah, there is a way. Of course, there is a chance Levon could overpress also. I mean, as you tick down, right now Levon still has 50 seconds on the clock, which is plenty, but as the seconds tick down, knights are just such tricky beasts. And I mean, who hasn't fallen, for the odd fork once or twice? Nobody is safe from them. Not the best players in the world. Nobody is. So for sure, Levon, he will try to make progress here, but he has to keep his guard up.
They say in 1 minute chess, the knight is just more valuable than the bishop. And it's because it's so unpredictable in time trouble. And time trouble is precisely the kind of area we are going to right now. Hikaru is jumping around with his knight. He's trying to place his knight so that the knight controls these squares to avoid the black king from entering into the heart of White's position. However, Levon is not giving up, and Levon is managing to put his king all the way down on the other side of the board. And this is, maybe I was overestimating how easy it was for Hikaru to make a draw, because here he is in some proper trouble. There's nothing Hikaru can do to prevent this black king from infiltrating. And this king is just going to keep moving along this, trying to get in behind White's pawns.
Super impressive to me how, smooth Levon made it look, running all the way across the board with his king. I guess the question becomes, how do we make progress? is our plan, is Levon's plan to go for the pawn on h4 somehow from behind, or what?
I guess right now he's going for this pawn. This is the only unprotected pawn in Hikaru's position. But now both players are down to less than 10 seconds on the clock, which means they're going to have to play really, really fast, which also means that this knight is going to be able to jump around and cause all that sort of trouble we were talking about earlier. The evaluation bar is firmly in Levon's territory, but never discount the knight from being able to jump around. And here Hikaru is trying to eliminate all of these black pawns as quickly as possible. Levon manages to hold on to this pawn in the middle. That pawn is going to try to become a new queen. However, in the meantime, these white pawns are trying to go up and become new queens themselves. And really good play here from Levon. He realizes that getting the king involved quickly is the only way to move forward. And as this pawn moves up, trying to become a new queen, Levon is just in time to stop it. And it even finishes with a checkmate. The rook and king working beautifully together to make this a 2-1 scoreline. And with the fourth game just starting immediately, there's no rest in this speed chess format.
Absolutely. And we don't get to see checkmate very often. I mean, all the games so far, no draws, 3 games in, 0 draws, all decisive. And just, the players not holding anything back. All the games were incredibly fighting. All of them were very long. They went down to the final seconds. And I think we're really in for a treat here tonight.
Yeah, it was such an important win for Aronian to make sure that he just didn't collapse after the poor start with 2 consecutive losses. And also getting that win with the black pieces is so important for confidence, because that shows everyone, yourself included, that you can go for the win regardless of whether you're white or black. Of course, that same thing applies for Hikaru, who now has the black pieces. But Hikaru temporarily with a small advantage here, because white has 2 pawns on the same row, the so-called doubled pawns, which is a potential weakness because they're kind of blocking each other moving forward.
Yeah, Levon played, it started, in the beginning it looked like a Vienna, then it turned into Bishop's opening, and then it turned into, I'm not sure what, but Levon is mixing the openings up already. Do you think he wasn't happy with what he'd gotten previously with white, or do you think in general he likes to mix up his openings in these formats?
Well, I think he probably likes playing some different things, but the fact of the matter is he tried the English opening in game 2 with the white pieces and he lost. So it makes sense trying to switch it up a little bit after a loss. And I'm sure we'll see some changes also from Hikaru in the next game where Hikaru is white, given that he lost the previous one.
Yeah, so maybe no more b4, we shall see. For now, the doubled d-pawns have become just 1 d-pawn. We have a symmetrical pawn structure. The pawn on d5, how do you feel about that's the only white piece or pawn inside the white camp? Do you think it's a strength or a potential weakness?
It's so difficult to say. Probably it's okay, pretty strong for white. But I gotta say, this move, bishop takes knight. It's so rare we give up our bishop unprovoked. But this was actually a fantastic play from Hikaru because he saw that he could follow up with the knight afterwards, and then there's no way for white to save the bishop. So Hikaru is guaranteeing himself that he will be able to eliminate this bishop in the near future. And that's why he made the trade of the strong knight in the center. So that was some really high level strategic stuff from Hikaru. And now we can see Aronian trying to make an escape square for that bishop. I would be shocked if it survives another move. Yes, with Arunyan's clear intention of retreating the bishop, Hikaru decides to go for the trade. And Hikaru here will have to focus on getting a draw. He's slightly worse in this position because the white pawn is more aggressive than its black counterpart. But that being said, the black position is so solid. It's so difficult to find any weakness that white can attack. I'm expecting this game to end in a draw.
In general, what advice would you give, let's say, to our viewers if they had to defend this position as black? How should they go on about it? For example, do you want to try and get as many trades as black?
Well, in general, I think I would like to have my pawns working together. So I would like to have one anchor pawn protecting the rest up the board. So here I would probably think like something along the lines of pushing my pawns up so that they're all protected and working together. I think that would be a good strategy. And also you should try to control the only open file on the board. So here there's one file where there are no pawns. And so the rooks just reign free here.
John Ludwig, I have to ask you, sorry, I'm so confused by Levon's strategy. I already thought f3, I understood f3 was made to give the bishop a retreating square, but I thought it weakens the dark squares a tiny bit. But especially in combination with h4, do you think Levon is taking some risk here?
I'm not sure he's taking risk. I think he's just he's not playing perfect chess, which is difficult, to be fair, as a human being. So the problem here is that Hikaru annoyingly is trying to create some pressure with his queen, and it's difficult to stop all these intentions Hikaru has. But for now, I think Arunyan's position is okay. I think Hikaru is about to create this strategy of the pawns that we were talking about, having the pawns protect each other. And it's still very likely that this ends up in a draw.
Queen d4 is offering a trade of queens. Do we want to take on d4 or not?
Well, the one thing I'm sure about is that we don't want to let white capture our queen to give us the doubled pawns. However, if we capture the white queen, yes, the white pawns will be quite poor afterwards, but it will also open up a possibility for Arunyan to make an attack down towards our anchor pawn. Now, we were talking about earlier how important this pawn is, because that's the pawn that's going to protect the rest. And so it's a really interesting strategy here from Arunyan, giving himself some bad pawns in the middle in order to give the rook this opportunity to put pressure down the board.
And we see that Hikaru has to defend passively, at least for now, rook a7, just covering that pawn on c7. But I guess the king will approach, and maybe the king will take that responsibility of defending the pawn, and then the rook can be reactivated, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I would think so. Hikaru's under some pressure, but it's difficult for Levon to make progress without trading pawns. And in general, trading pawns benefit the side that's trying to defend. So I think it's still fine for Hikaru, and he's also so difficult to break down once he decides to just go for defense.
You know, that reminds me, I saw this video today and I looked it up earlier because I thought at some point I'll put it in the chat. So there you go. It was a tweet from chess.com earlier today where Hikaru was interviewed. You know, it's like these football cards where the players are rated on their attack, defense. And so Hikaru was asked to rate himself out of 100 on attack, defense, tactics, a few more. I thought it's quite a short video. You can watch it in the chat during the break, not now. But Hikaru gave himself the biggest score. He gave himself 99 in defense.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I don't see Levon Avronian breaking through this position. I think Hikaru has organized his pieces quite well. For instance, here, Levon is trying to get his rook involved down the e-file. And Hikaru, with the counter threat against the pawn in the center, he's forcing the white bishop to block its own rook. And now Hikaru might try and get his rook into play. If this black rook somehow miraculously makes its way over to the other side, then black could be going for the win. The problem is that there's still these ideas of making the threat down against this anchor pawn. It's a tricky situation, but there's no doubt in my mind that it's Levon Avronian currently trying to win this game.
Yeah, Levon is pressing. He's still trailing by a point. I just realized that we're already 45 minutes into the game. So if I wasn't misleading you off air before we started, I think there will actually be a short break after this game as we approach the halfway. Well, as we've just crossed the halfway mark of the 5+1. Levon is trying, but it's still hard to see how he can really make progress.
Yeah, because look at how Hikaru has organized his pieces. Hikaru is literally just moving his king back and forth, telling Levon that, well, there's absolutely no way you can make any progress. And the thing is, like, everything's defended everywhere. There's absolutely no chance of anything happening. The players will be going back and forth right now and accepting a draw in the end.
Yeah, so we're about to see our first draw here. King c3, and I think that was 3 times the position. So yeah, going into the first break, I think that's confirmed as Hikaru is just getting out of his chair. The score is 2.5, 1.5 in Hikaru's favor. We'll see. While we wait to see if we go on a quick break as well, John Ludwig, your thoughts on these first 4 games?
It's been exciting. I think Levon has shown that he has some intentions. It's been strange that Levon has been better with the black pieces than the white pieces thus far. But we got a good fight going. And Levon, I think it was so important for him to get that win in the 3rd game, because if he was just losing 3 games in a row to start, it just completely destroys your confidence. So for those cheering for a exciting match, I think it was good that Levon won that 3rd one. As for all the Hikaru fans in chat, probably not as much. It's going to be a challenge for our man today.
Absolutely. I think we always look forward as chess fans to exciting matches. I think the landslide matches as spectators, as chess fans, are not that much fun. But of course, we're all hoping to see Hikaru go through to the semis. We are going to be taking a quick break now, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the remainder of the 5+1 portion. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to the 5+1 portion of this SCC quarterfinal between Hikaru and Levon. Hikaru is playing with the white pieces in this fifth game, and John Ludwig, you were correct. Hikaru is mixing it up as well with the white pieces. No more B3 or B4.
Yeah, a new opening from Hikaru, but I cannot say it has been a big success so far. Levon has gotten his pieces out quicker than what Hikaru has. Avronian already castling his king with Hikaru's king still stuck in the center. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of this strategy from Hikaru here in this game. And to me, it just continues the trend that Levon Avronian has actually been more dangerous when he has the black pieces than when he has white. And I don't know if that's because Hikaru is being more aggressive in his white games or willing to take more risks. But at this point, it's too many examples of it happening to be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. I do see King E2 has just been played by Hikaru. It is a little bit weird that we see, I mean, often the king in the center is a good thing in the end game, but here there seems to be maybe a few too many pieces on the board still for it to be a pure end game. I'm not sure, at least, okay, Hikaru has gotten all his pieces out. Do you think the king is on E2 is safe, or do we have to be worried?
Well, I think that's the big discussion right now, because that's really the only difference between the two players' positions. So Hikaru has his king in the middle, claiming that, well, this is an endgame. The queens have been exchanged off, so then it's better to have the king ready to join the action. Whereas Avronian is saying, no. I'm going to try to create an attack against this king, even though the queens have been exchanged off. And basically, this entire game is going to be about who is right in their assessment of the king placement.
Mm-hmm. Because if we look at the other pieces, I mean, the 4 knights are actually completely symmetrical on D2, D7, F3, F6. The 2 bishops, the bishop on B2, the bishop on B7, those are symmetrical as well. The only difference is the bishop on C4 at first looks more active than the bishop on E7, but knight E8 freeing up that F6 square. Maybe Levon is looking to go bishop F6 and is exchange that beautiful bishop on E2, on B2, sorry.
Maybe, but I think that would be a very defensive try. That's the move you want to make if you're happy to go for a draw. Mm-hmm. I think Avronian might just as well be planning to move this knight up to capture the white bishop, because in fact, this white bishop is a key defender of the king. If the bishop was forced to move back, then the black bishop would come in through this side of the board, the A6 square, and the bishop could create an attack towards the king in that fashion. So if Levon wants a draw, he will now move his bishop forward to try and make a trade. If he's going for a win, he's going to put his knight here. He's going to attack the white bishop that's forced to retreat. Now Levon Avronian trying to move his pawn up. He's trying to create a double attack with his pawn attacking both the white bishop and the white knight at the same time. This just got spicy.
Absolutely, Levon not happy with just going for a draw here. By the way, chat, I saw a few of you were getting concerned that the evil VAR might not be working. Don't worry, it's just it seems there were a couple of moments here where the engine just evaluates it at 0-0, but the bar is working. Don't worry. Hikaru is taking his time. He's the one who's down half a minute here, and he is thinking how to stop this plan, or at least how to prepare to meet the plan that Levon is going for with E5, E4. I'm thinking out loud, is knight E2 and E4 something I ever want to do, to just brutally...
Well, the problem is...
Maybe the other knight, but...
so if you move this knight, you lose one pawn.
Yeah.
And if you move the other knight back, well, this guy just moved forward 2 moves ago. So that would be a huge concession to move this knight back and forth. And Hikaru is not about that. He moves his knight forward in the middle, going after this black pawn, trying simply to capture it with the knight. And this is a very tricky move. Now, in order to defend, Levon probably needs to go king to f7. But having taken a little peek at the computer evaluation, king f7 is not even mentioned among the top 3 choices. Instead, the engine wants to go with the knight to e5, ignoring the threat on black's pawn, and instead starting a threat on this white bishop. And we talked about this bishop earlier. That's the bishop that's responsible for defending white's king. So I don't think Levon is going to play this move. Wow, he did actually play it. I was wrong. And look, Hikaru was expecting it.
And the king is on d3. The first thing we have to look for, are there any discover check with the knight on d6? Thankfully, it looks like there is nothing crushing. But what a crazy position. In general, you know, John Ludwig, I get very sad when queens come off, but here, no queens, but so much life in this position.
Yeah, an incredible play from Aronian, making that pawn sacrifice, appreciating the danger White's king currently faces. And like we said in the opening, this game is going to be all about whether or not it was a good idea for Hikaru to keep his king in the middle of the board. And right now it's looking like, well, no. It's looking like that probably wasn't such a good idea, because that king is being chased around. And look at here, the black bishop also joining this attack. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Hikaru is up a pawn. So if he manages to keep his king safe, he can win the endgame with the extra pawn. This is such a tense position right now, and both players are going to get low on time.
Absolutely. King f7 now by Aronian, saying, get that white knight out from inside my camp. The knight has no choice but to retreat. It goes to f4. And I'm curious to see, how is Hikaru going to try and get the pieces out. The rook from a1 hasn't moved at all so far in this game. I'm sure Hikaru would be delighted to exchange some pieces here. As John Ludwig pointed out, he is up a pawn. In general, when you're up material, you are happy to trade. I think that's very much the case here. So I'm looking for, how can I make it happen? But it's not so easy to force some trades.
Yeah, maybe knight back, try and attack this black knight. Okay, Hikaru pushes forward. I'm guessing Hikaru wants to force back this black bishop on the side of the board. Seems sensible to me, but he spent a lot of time on the decision. Now it's Aronian's turn, and both, this is going to be another time scramble. And so far, Hikaru has been just supreme in the time scrambles. He's won plenty of difficult positions while being low on time so far.
Absolutely. I'm looking, it's a position that's so difficult to play for both sides. One thing I'm noticing is this square on d3. I think very often when there's a knight on the board and the king and the rook are in that constellation, you just eye up those squares as some potential ideas of getting the knight to e5.
Yeah, I'm liking this knight e5 move. I think that would have been a good idea. Aronian instead choosing to retreat. So Aronian is eyeing this pawn on g2. He's planning to attack this knight and then capture the pawn. Hikaru then realizes that the king should be used to defend the pawn. Both players now down to just, 20 seconds for Aronian, 40 seconds for Hikaru. And the position is still just tremendously tense.
Absolutely. But I feel it's a good development for Hikaru, because for the first time in this game, I feel the king is actually safe on f1. Now we see bishop e2 just opening up from the white side, that c file. if Hikaru can, he'd love to trade at least one pair of rooks. Levon says, no, thank you. That knight is staying put on c4 for now. And the king finally has made its way to g1.
And look at the time management from Aronian. I'm not approving of this time management. Aronian down to just 3 seconds on the clock right now. It's still a very, very tense position. Ooh, the knight coming in, making threats against the white pieces. The king has evacuated. But Aronian has tremendously active pieces in return for being down a pawn.
He does, but Hikaru has 2 knights. We talked about how tricky knights are. Levon is facing those knights. He also has 2 seconds on the clock. I don't think he's going to survive this.
No, there's just no chance dealing with these knights. Hikaru now jumping up with the knight, being able to capture this bishop. Then he's going to put pressure on this remaining pawn. Ooh, he should have put pressure because now he lost control of this whole situation. Aronian suddenly realizing there's a chance he could survive this. Aronian suddenly up a pawn. That was a not very good play by Hikaru in the time scramble. However, that pawn is now being captured. Now Hikaru is back in the driving seat with players being alone, and now Hikaru can win the pawn endgame. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, it's just so impossible to play perfect chess when you're low on time. This loss was solely due to Aronian's time management. He cannot allow himself to get lower than 10 seconds against such a good, tricky player like Hikaru. There was a moment there where I thought Hikaru had spoiled his chances.
Let's just flip the board and then I'll let you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
On the right-hand side.
I should follow Hikaru.
The right. Oh, yeah, maybe that works as well.
No, that didn't work.
Oh, on the right hand, under the time stamps. Yeah, perfect.
But yeah, no, that was just an amazing game. And here going into this game, Hikaru going for a unusual opening, which the computer hates on Black's behalf.
Can we just rewind a few moves to see how we got here?
So this is the Frankenstein Dracula variation.
Nice name.
We have some amazing names for chess openings. And Hikaru played a move here that's considered very risky, grabbing a pawn in the center, and with the white queen then joining the fray, there's just a tremendous amount of pressure on Black. Hikaru tried to chase the queen, but the queen came in, capturing a pawn, check on the king, Hikaru offering the trade of queens, and now landing himself in a really troublesome spot, because right now Hikaru is struggling to get his bishop into the game because this knight is blocking the bishop's entry. In order to get the bishop into the game, the pawn needs to move forward, but the knight is standing where the pawn wants to go. And look at this play from Aronian. Aronian now really feeling confident with the outcome of this opening. Aronian playing quickly, which we haven't seen thus far, and also sacrificing a pawn, just trying to get all his pieces into play while these black pieces are stuck on the back ranks.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of the time situation, I'm really perplexed by what Hikaru has done here. To take the pawn on e4, which is incredibly risky by nature when you go grab pawns early in the opening. In general, you have to be pretty sure that you know your lines, because you can get in trouble so fast. So I'm very surprised to see Hikaru take the pawn and then spend quite a lot of time. Okay, the game is moving so fast. So Hikaru has given back the pawn. He's finally going to get out his bishop, or maybe not, because that pawn on d7 is going to be a long-term weakness here.
Yeah, big problem for Hikaru here. This pawn is going to be a problematic piece for a long time. However, that trade of rooks from Levon Aronian may have simplified Black's task somewhat. The king is now able to chase away that white rook. which is a big accomplishment for Hikaru, but he's not out of the woods just yet. This black bishop is currently pointing into nothing at all. And basically all of white's pieces are located on the dark squares, which means it's going to be impossible for this bishop to put pressure on white. So still definitely Aronian having a good position here. But at least Hikaru is getting the pieces into play. Wow, controversial decision here from Hikaru, going for the trade of rooks. This means that now there are no more black pieces that can control any of these dark squares. And Hikaru's defensive strategy here relies solely on the bishop being able to keep control of important light squares and thereby stunting Aronian's progress. Really, really interesting game, this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. This is something I would never do in a million years, because I hate this playing bishop against knight, and the knight will jump around forever. Maybe I'll hold, most likely I'll lose. Of course, Hikaru is about a million times better at defending than I am. Also, looking at the camera makes me think that Hikaru is not too concerned. I mean, he looks quite confident to me. I thought Hikaru was actually going to try and exchange the bishop for the knight, which Levon would not oblige to. Here, g5 has just been played. I guess g5 is just trying to make it a bit easier, a bit harder for white to start pushing the pawns.
Yeah, in general, when you have a bishop controlling the light squares, you want to have your pawns who are also like, who capture to the side.
Yeah.
Diagonal pieces, if you will. You want to have them on the opposite color of your bishop so that they're working together beautifully. Hikaru here will have to face a threat to the bishop, and I'm assuming he's going to move the bishop down. No.
Yeah, bishop b1 is a curious choice. Is the idea maybe to keep the king out? Say to the king, you should not pass via d3, you should not pass via e4, and just stay on that diagonal for now.
Yeah.
He's bringing the king. The bishop will have to move again. Will it move back to g6? It does.
Yeah, so the big question here is whether or not Levon Aronian is able to put his king on this d4 square and push that king slowly but surely further up the board. And
I'm just wondering if c4 is something we want to do, or if we want to prepare these kind of pawn pushes. c4 is a move that I would be very tempted to play if I get the chance.
Yeah, but right now, if c4, then the king finds a good spot on e5. So Aronian is very clever here. He first plays this f4 move, trying to challenge the black pawn, and now when Hikaru defends, then you go c4, because now the black king is forced back, and when the king is forced back, the white king can move forward. This has been excellent play in the endgame so far from Levon Aronian, and if Hikaru wants to earn that 99 defensive skill he judged himself on, he's going to have to save this really, really tricky game, because this is not easy at all with white making incremental progress.
Absolutely. Levon is also up a minute on the clock for now. h6, of course, makes sense, just protecting the pawn. On g5, you never want as black to capture on e4, and thus creating two weak pawns, allowing the white king in. So h6 was, I think, really the only move that made sense. And, well, here is the knight just jumping around for now, hitting the bishop again, asking where is it going to go to. It will not be a fun defensive task, although, just as I say that, the evil bar has again jumped to 0 zeros. And I wonder what is the plan for black? Shall we just sit and defend passively, or do we want at some point to maybe go b5, a5? How do you feel about those?
Well, I think you have to go a5, but Hikaru is waiting for a run-in to first play c4. And basically what you want to have happen is create an entry for the black king. Mm-hmm. So like something like here, a5, and then trying to get the black king up towards the queen side. I feel like Levon Aronian missed an opportunity earlier in this endgame where he could have pushed this pawn forward to c4 and then gotten his king into the middle. Because right now, even though the knight is really well placed, the knight is kind of blocking the white's king from getting further up the board.
I'm trying to understand what the problem is if we move the knight backwards as white. Okay, well, maybe I'll find out because Levon has just played knight e2. The knight gets hit. Maybe does the knight not really have any... What if I go back to c1? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Hikaru would then trade and start running his king. So right now, this knight is doing an important job of preventing the black king from suddenly running up on the left side. But that means Levon is unable to get his king to be standing here in the middle. And wow, what a play from Hikaru. Hikaru is now going for the win.
Incredible. A4, creating a passed pawn on the A file. I would be very afraid that pawn is just going to drop. It's certainly a very double-edged decision because you can win, but if you lose the pawn, then you're suddenly just lost. I guess the point is it's not easy for white to go in and grab that A pawn.
Yeah, and I still don't like that from Hikaru. It's not the decision of a man who's up by 2 points in this match, because making this advance increases your chance of losing by so much. And right now, the computer is saying there's a brilliant combination for Aronian where you can first sacrifice one pawn and then run the other pawn down the board to try and get a new queen. But that opportunity is missed as both players are running low on time. The question now is Hikaru going to make a win out of this fantastic defensive display, or is it going to end in a draw, or is he going to lose? Wow. Levon has captured a really important pawn on d7, and right now Hikaru is actually down 2 pawns. And look at this. Those 2 pawns are quite dangerous. They both have access to go further down. And, well, yeah, the pawn is just promoting. You cannot stop 2 pawns with 1 bishop. And Levon Aronian, just as we thought he was kind of messing up this very favorable endgame, he goes ahead and takes down the win. And that was really impressive because it showcased that even though Hikaru is this speed chess demon, when he gets low on time, when Hikaru is down to just 20 seconds on the clock, he also is prone to making mistakes and losing tricky positions. And it just goes to show that the main asset Hikaru has in these time scrambles is his ability to just not get low on time. Rather than being necessarily so much better when you are low on time, because he's so fast for the rest of the game. He doesn't have to be as concerned about being low on time as for instance Aronian.
Yeah, and I think Hikaru will not be happy with his play so far. Even in the game, some of the games he won, he was suffering a bit. In general, I think Hikaru is someone who's very hard on himself. I mean, his previous match against David Paravian, he won with a huge score still. He was not happy. And yeah, here he still has a 1 point lead. But I don't know what exactly it is that he has to change. I don't know if it's something to do with the openings. We see he has once again switched up the openings. What do you feel should change?
Well, I mean, he's leading the match, so things are not that problematic. And here he actually chose to go for the same opening he did in the previous game. He had the white pieces, which in some ways I think is a good sign, because it means that he was happy with the complications that arose in that previous game. And now look at this. He's going after this juicy C6 square. It's a really complicated position where all the pieces are still on the board, and these white knights are working together to try and infiltrate to the C6 square. And that's going to be an amazing outpost for the knights. And so I'm really liking what Hikaru has done thus far in this one.
Yeah, and it feels like we don't even need to lose a tempo on recapturing on c4 here immediately. I really like your move 95, as does Hikaru. He's just played the pawn on c4. Will never really go anywhere. We currently have 3 pieces looking at that pawn, the rook, the bishop, and the knight. And I'm very curious to see how Levon is going to cover that c6 square, because right now I'm not seeing it. I'm wondering, could Black even maybe at some point consider giving up the exchange for that knight? Because it just looks like that knight will be one hell of an annoying piece.
Yeah, no, it's a great position for Hikaru. Tremendous strategy here, securing that square for the knight. And I think he's going to win this. And I think also we see on the time management of the players, we can kind of see, oh yeah, Hikaru is really liking his position. He's really liking his strategy so far here, because he's way up on time. He's playing his moves confidently. And now he managed to establish his knight in the heart of Black's position. Really, really good play here by Hikaru. I think he's going to win this. And that's a big statement from him, because I think I do agree with you, Fiona, that Hikaru cannot be happy with his play thus far. But the major problem has been Hikaru landing himself in trouble when he has the white pieces. And right now he's demonstrating that he's not gonna allow this trend in the match of Aronian having good games with the black pieces. Now he's just taking charge from the get-go. I'm just really liking his play. I am curious though why he's spending so much time here. If I was Hikaru, I would probably have captured this pawn in the center like several minutes ago, because then we also get the threat on Black's knight. But there must be a problem, because Hikaru has spent over 1 minute pondering this decision.
It always makes me wonder, is there something completely out of the box we're not thinking of? Is there a clever intermediate move? But it's hard to think
Maybe
of something.
Like bishop a3, pointing down on this guy? Oh, he captures with the rook. Do you think he wants to go after the king?
I hope so. We haven't seen, it's one of the things we haven't seen yet in this match, just a full out kingside attack. So I would be very, get very excited if we saw this.
Yeah, he might be preparing a sacrifice.
Yeah, why else would he take with the rook? There is literally no other reason I can think of.
So we might, and considering all the time he spent, 1 minute and 40 seconds he spent on that decision to capture with a rook. Do you think he's actually going to sacrifice this knight now? Is he just going to move the rook over to point down on the king? It feels like it's a bit too much. But on the other hand, if he moves this knight that's currently under attack, then he will lose the protection of the other one.
And maybe is that something he was thinking about? But did bishop takes stop this line because we had the capture on d5?
I thought so. I thought if I take with the bishop, I start capturing more stuff as the line progresses. Ooh, and he is going for the sacrifice. Oh my gosh. And actually, this bishop is now pointing in towards a pawn that is defended. That pawn is defended by a black knight, which means that if Levon Aronian now captures the knight in the center, Hikaru will then have to sacrifice his rook as well. This is not just a knight sacrifice. This is a full rook sacrifice from Hikaru. The computer hates it. It has cost him more than 2.5 minutes on the clock. But as a spectator, I'm loving it.
I have to say, the computer, I thought, doesn't hate it. I thought if the computer really hated it, it would jump a lot more. It doesn't like it, that's for sure. But giving up so much material and the evaluation only being, let's say, minus around 1, the -1 mark, it's not that bad. Usually if I sacrifice...
look at this move.
This move.
Look at this move. This, according to the computer engines, this was the only move for Levon Aronian not to end up in a horrible position. This is a move that Hikaru missed when he was making his sacrifice. And the idea is that if this knight is recaptured, then the black bishop will come up, put the pressure on that pawn, and actually manage to get some counterplay. And that's why Hikaru decided to take the bishop instead. And now there are 2 white rooks under attack at the same time, in addition to a queen and a bishop. And also the black bishop is pointing up against the white king. How does Hikaru address all these problems? He just goes for a counterattack. He completely ignores all the threats to his own pieces and instead starts countering. And this move is incredible because
Queen D6. I mean, all those pieces under attack, and he didn't move any of them.
And Aronian ends up not defending any as well. Aronian here prioritizing trying to make a queen trade. This knight is still under attack. This rook is still under attack. What a game this has been.
Bishop E6. Okay, there goes. At least something has been captured. King H8, but still, I mean, the standoff between all the pieces, how the players navigate this with under a minute is incredible. And look at this, the smoke has cleared. We're into an endgame where Hikaru is still down an exchange, but he has a bishop, and let me quickly do a pawn count. A bishop and nothing. So a bishop for rook, but the bishops do look very, very nice. They are looking at the weakness on A5. They are looking at the king. I think this is a game where actually all 3 results are still very much possible.
Absolutely, especially considering the time situation. Both players down to just 30 seconds, and we've seen some wild scrambles so far in this match. And I think this is going to be decided on just who's better with a low time yet again.
Yeah, and looking at the players, I feel like, the tension is rising. Let's not forget that if Levon wins this game, he ties the match for the first time. Hikaru, for now, just dropping the bishop back. He's still looking at the 2 pawns on A5, on E5. King H7, what a move. Just saying, take your pick. And Hikaru says, no, I don't want any of your pawns. John Ludwig, what's going on here?
I don't understand any of this, but it's very fascinating. And I do think Hikaru's going to win. I do think Hikaru's going to win because Levon is down to just 4 seconds on the clock, and there's multiple pawns. Look at these bishops. The bishops are just amazing working together. These bishops can try to help the pawn go down and become a new queen. Aronian with just 4 seconds left. I cannot imagine he somehow manages to survive. Look at this pressure as well. Hikaru attacking on both fronts, getting his rook back into a defensive position afterwards. Now taking the rook and the checkmate to end the game. A master class in how to deal with time scramble, and also a master class in tricky captures and tactics. And wow, this was just the game of the match thus far. The tactics were incredible. Hikaru initiated it when he sacrificed not just his knight in the middle, he also gave up the rook right afterwards. And for a very long time, Aronian really managed to find all the necessary defensive moves. But as is always often the case in such situations, so long as you manage to put enough pressure on the opponent, he's gonna crack at some point. And Aronian did crack, and Hikaru, I would say, deservedly with a 4.5 to 2.5 lead.
I mean, I'm still processing what we just saw. I think this is a game, it would take quite a while to analyze it. Probably at least an hour to understand what was going on there in the complications. But with that win, Hikaru takes a 2-point lead again. I'm not sure if the players seem to be talking to someone. I think they're talking to probably to the production team from chess.com. Hikaru is not happy with something, it seems. I'm not sure what's going on, but they have lift off. This very likely, John Ludwig, will be the last game of this 5+1 portion, as just under 7.5 minutes remain on the clock time. Remember, maybe just one word about the rules for anyone who hasn't seen the SCC format before. As long as there's any time left on the match clock, the next game will start. So even if there's just 1 or 2 seconds, when they finish, the next game starts and counts towards the match. But I think very likely all the games we've seen have been so thought out, so long. So I expect this one to go over 7 minutes.
And here Hikaru with the black pieces, choosing one of his favorite openings, the Queen's Gambit Decline. Now, this was all the rage in the early 1900s, but Hikaru has been one of the main players to bring it back into the limelight. And here with his pawn, he's putting pressure in towards the middle of the board. And now comes a big decision. Hikaru has the option of just rushing with his pawns forward on the queen side. And he does choose to go for that plan. Aronian, down by 2 points in the match, probably welcomes this aggression from Hikaru, because now the game enters a phase where Black is trying to rush with the pawns on the right-hand side. White is pushing the pawns forward in the center. This is going to be tremendously complicated, which is normally something I would say is advantageous for Hikaru. But given the match situation, and given the fact that Aronian is also a very creative and aggressive player, I think this suits Aronian very well to get a big fight with difficult decisions for both players.
Yeah, so we see that the knights have just come off. I was trying to make sense of the evaluation which I'm seeing, which is giving Hikaru a little advantage. It feels like White's bishops for now are more active. The bishop on c2 pointing down at h7. Maybe a problem is, again, the black bishop on f4 that's on the same color complex as the central pawns on e5 and e4. And I guess the biggest problem maybe is just those pawns that Hikaru keeps pushing on the queen side.
These pawns are potential monsters. But what Aronian is trying to achieve here is just blockading those pawns. So Aronian now trying to provoke Hikaru into pushing the pawn further forward, because then there's a white bishop blocking the pawn thereafter. Hikaru decides to move his bishop out instead. I'm expecting Aronian to move the rook into the center, and he does. And to be honest, I'm not convinced by the computer in this situation. The computer wants Hikaru to push forward, but to me that felt like a mistake. But I also want to say it was a mistake by Levon Aronian to make the trade, allowing Hikaru's rook to get into this really promising position, controlling the board here from this c3 square. And now Hikaru is about to use his rook to chase the queen. And when the queen is chased back, then the pawns will continue progressing down the board. I'm not sure this is the final game of this 5-minute portion. And the reason I'm not sure is because Hikaru suddenly he found a just higher level than what he showed. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like
right
this.
now he's just putting the pressure.
I really like this last move, Queen A8, defending the pawn on A5, but as you said, opening up, actually defending both pawns and opening up the back rank for the rook to join the game. We see that Queen A8 sent Levon into the tank. He now plays Bishop D2. I see that the engine does not like this move one bit. I'm not sure yet that I see why it's quite so bad.
Yeah, it's about a sacrifice here for Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to have to think about this for a little bit. But these pawns, we talked about how strong they could be. And this is their time to shine. Of course, Hikaru finds the right move. He sacrifices his rook in exchange for the bishop. But now there's a double threat. White's bishop is under attack, as is White's pawn. The bishop has to save itself. But now there are two black pawns so close to becoming new queens on this queen side. And Hikaru is going to win this game because in the long run, there's nothing Levon can do to stop these pawns from marching all the way down, becoming new queens. Here, the move Bishop A3 is excellent for Hikaru. He wants to trade off this white bishop. This bishop is the only thing holding White's position together, making sure that the black pawns cannot progress. But it will. They will. We just need to be patient.
Incredible game by Hikaru. I mean, this was such one-way traffic. I don't even know. It all happened so fast, you know. Suddenly the pawns were rolling. The exchange was sacrificed. Here we go. Bishop A3 is on the board. Let's talk very quickly about match strategy. Do you think with a minute 30, just under 30 remaining on the clock time, do you think Levon should try and resign and get another 5+1 game? Or do you think he should, just wait for a break and then go into the 3+1?
Ooh, that's a very tricky decision to make. I guess the conventional wisdom is that Hikaru is better the less time there is on the clock. But at the same time, I think that break would do Aronian some good. I think having an additional game in 5-minute chess is not going to help you when Hikaru is playing as well as he is right now. Remember, both the last two games from Hikaru has been absolute masterpieces. So I don't see why you would want to give him an additional game when that's the trend in the match. I think Aronian now just needs to get a break and readjust to this new gear, like you said, that Hikaru has shown.
Absolutely. And the timer is down to 10 seconds. I think it's safe to say this will be the final game now. Let's talk, after talking match strategy, let's talk conversion. Those pawns are very close to queening, but how do we actually get them there? What is the way to win this game?
Well, now there's a nice trick for Hikaru, promoting one pawn in order to lure the bishop back so that the other pawn can trap it. Oh, I really thought Hikaru was gonna utilize that very nice trick. The computer actually felt that Hikaru's move of just protecting was even better than that trick I mentioned. Essentially, the computer is just saying that in the long run, these pawns will be decisive. If I'm Hikaru now, I want to get my queen over to the other side as quickly as possible. I think it would be very important for Hikaru to get rid of this white pawn that has established itself uncomfortably close to the black king. So I think Hikaru's strategy here is move this bishop up so that all these pieces are protecting each other, and then try and get the queen over to the other side.
And it's really such a sad position to play for Levon. who understands he is lost. But when you're lost, what do you want? You want to be able to at least create some counterplay, create some chaos. But here it's just, I mean, Hikaru's pieces are covering the whole board. I don't see a single entry point. It's just suffering for Levon, who basically just has to wait for Hikaru to make progress.
Yeah, so Hikaru now going to move his bishop up. I don't like Hikaru's time usage here. I don't understand why he's spending so much time, and now that's going to be a problem for him. He's down to just 22 seconds. He has a fantastic position, but this time usage is not inspiring confidence, in my opinion. Levon of Runyan trying to make threats on this black position, attacking the bishop. The bishop now creating that defensive structure with the pawn defending the bishop, bishop defending pawn, and pawn defending pawn. All of these pieces are now taking care of each other. And Hikaru needs to get rid of this last remaining pawn on the side of the board.
Mentioned it not like rook e7 whatsoever. I don't know what the problem was, but things are getting really, really dangerous now.
Yeah, because he's down to just 10 seconds. Yeah. It's impossible to defend accurately with just 10 seconds left. However, there is a big threat in the position now with the pawn coming down to become a new queen. The issue is this white pawn on the side of the board. This pawn is creating threats close to the black king, which is what is making Hikaru's life so difficult. The engine is saying rook c7. Yes, that's... Oh, and now rook b7 is a winning move for Aronian. What a tremendous effort by Aronian to stay in the game.
But he misses rook b7.
Doesn't find this opportunity, but Hikaru, just having 10 seconds, is not able to defend accurately. We talked about this. Even when you're Hikaru Nakamura, when you get down to just 10 or fewer seconds on the clock, you're not going to be able to defend 100% accurately. But wow, big moment. Yeah, Hikaru managed to get rid of this very annoying white pawn on the side of the board. That is huge for Hikaru. However, the danger is not over just yet. There is a white queen and rook pointing in towards that black king still. Hikaru sacrifices his bishop in order to make checks with his queen. Hikaru now going for a draw. Hikaru is going to try to use his queen to keep giving checks on this white king. Wow, Aronian tries to run away. He tries to run his king over, and apparently he's successful. The computer now saying that Aronian has succeeded in tricking Hikaru, but it's not over just yet, because Hikaru still has these pawns trying to become new queens, and the white pawn has been eliminated. Hikaru has 5 pawns in exchange for a rook. This is incredible stuff. I think Hikaru's going to win it. Look at the eval bar. Hikaru and his pawns are going to win against the rook, because a pawn can be worth more than a rook because they can become new queens. And look at this move from Hikaru. Amazing play. White could have captured the bishop, but...
oh my God.
And Hikaru ends up winning the game because it's just too difficult to keep track of all these pawns trying to become new queens. What a game. To be honest, Hikaru deserved the win in this one. His strategy early on in the game was just supreme. However, I also have to give kudos to Aronian, who came so close to not only surviving a difficult situation, Aronian was so close to actually turning it around and winning, which would have kept the Hikaru's lead down to a single point. Now, however, with the 5-minute portion ending, Hikaru has a commanding 3-point lead thanks to this incredible scramble.
I mean, what did we just witness? This game. I mean, we thought some of the previous games were complete insanity, but I think this one just takes the cake. I see the chat is going wild. I see GM John Ludwig Hammers in the chat. What a play indeed. I hope it continues like that. I mean, actually, Levon we can see the camera on Levon, who hasn't moved. The players are on break. Hikaru has left. Levon looks completely disheartened. And I think this one, after he managed to come back from a dead lost position, then it was a perpetual somehow. Then he managed to escape the checks and then to lose the end game after all. I mean, it's a heartbreaker for Levon, who's now trailing by 3 points. But we are also going to go on a quick break and then we'll be back in a few minutes with the 3+1 portion. I don't know if the players will be able to keep up that level of entertainment, but we will find out. Don't go anywhere. As Hikaru is in the chat, pawns, not love. Well, the pawns were certainly showing something here. Good luck, Hikaru, and we'll see you guys in just a few. Hello and welcome back to the SCC quarterfinal between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. If you are just joining us now, my commiserations, because John Ludwig, I don't think we can do justice with words to what we just saw.
No, it was chaotic and it was beautiful. And we had Hikaru coming into chat saying, we love pawns here, with just so many black pawns trying to make their way up to become new queens. Levon Aronian could not handle it and ended up losing on time in a position where the computer actually says that black is winning, despite being down a rook, because you have all these pawns trying to become new queens.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, I think, the craziest game of the match, but we saw so many incredible battles, great play from both sides. I think this last one was really tough psychologically on Levon Aronian, who we can see on camera looking a bit beaten down. And who wouldn't be? He's down 3 points now. What's next? We're going to be playing 1 hour of 3+1. And when I say we, I mean the players, not John Ludwig and myself. So 1 hour of 3+1, where Hikaru will be looking to further his 3-point lead.
Yeah, and right now he has the momentum. Hikaru has played 2 amazing games in a row. Like, he won this one down a rook, but actually in the previous game, he was also down a rook. Mm-hmm. He first sacrificed a knight, and then he gave up a rook for a knight afterwards, making his total sacrifice a rook in that game, putting extreme pressure on Aronian. And he just needs to keep that going. Because right now he's just controlling this match, and he wants to, basically he wants to strike while Aronian is feeling down. And in order to strike, Nakamura this time has chosen the Jobava London system, which is named after Badr Jobava of Georgia, famous for being a very aggressive and creative player.
Absolutely. The Jobava London, which was all the rage a couple of years ago. I think it's still quite popular. Just giving white something we talked about earlier, avoiding all the mainline theory, long theoretical lines, giving white interesting positions with dynamic chances. And it's been great to see Hikaru mix it up. I always feel it's a bit of a pity when you commentate on a match, or when you even just watch a match and the players repeat the same openings over and over again. Here we've barely seen the same thing twice. Let's look at the position. Hikaru just struck in the center with e4, and just seems like a pleasant position for white, with more space, better control of the center. What are your thoughts?
Well, that would be my initial thoughts as well. But actually, the computer is favoring black's position. So I was trying to figure out what is the problem for white here? Why would the computer say you're worse when you have this pawn in the center? And actually, it is this pawn in the center that's the crux of the problems, because this pawn is becoming difficult to defend with black's queen and bishop pointing in towards it. And now Hikaru playing a desperate move, actually going with his bishop all the way back. That is a real sign of something being amiss, and Aronian replying in style, opening up for his queen and bishop towards the pawn in the center, and then moving his knight up to try and increase this pressure in the middle of the board. Incredible play from Aronian so far, and he's taken charge of this game despite having the black pieces. And that is actually something we addressed earlier that has been a problem for Hikaru today. He's actually landed himself in trouble with the white pieces repeatedly. And apparently that's not over, with Aronian putting on a display right now with using his knights jumping around, and now also the bishop can come in and make threats towards the position.
We talked about how the break would probably do Levon good, and I think sometimes what happens when you're so disappointed and you suddenly you can play a bit more in a more liberated way. You feel like, okay, maybe this match is gone. I'm not saying Levon thinks the match is gone, but you just play. You don't overthink it. And yeah, loving what Levon has done here. We see the bishop come into g4. That's the problem when the white pawn has advanced to h4. There are no more pawns that can cover the g4 square, so the queen has to move, and all of Levon's pieces are just beautifully placed. But as we've seen many players in this match have good positions. Conversion, especially as the players now have 2 less minutes on the clock to start with, it's just so difficult, and that's true across all levels in chess. What I'm wondering, John Ludwig, is does Levon want to push that f-pawn at some point, play f6 or f5, or are we worried about the bishop on c4?
We are very worried. Yeah, we are very worried. Hikaru has this bishop placed on the same diagonal as the black king. That is no accident, and that is causing Levon some concern. Levon is going to lose this game despite having a brilliant position, because this time management is simply unacceptable. He's down to just 30 seconds in a position where he has several good options. Sometimes you just got to play fast and you just got to make a decision. Levon, he was not able to make a decision quickly enough. And as a result, he's going to be way down on time. And we have seen repeatedly today that even though you have a bad position, when your opponent gets low on time, anything can happen. And I think Hikaru is going to strike right now. I think Hikaru is going to start pushing his pieces forward. I think Levon is in big trouble, despite having the eval bar in his favor.
Yeah, we see him dropping under 20 seconds. He captured once on g5, and now closing down the center with e4. I think that move makes sense. At least he gets rid of the bishop, that pesky bishop on c4. But on the other hand, Hikaru now has a rook on f7, on f6 in the heart of Black's position, and I think the tide is turning here.
Yeah, no, that bishop was pesky for sure, but what adjective would you then use for this rook? It's a big problem as well. Hikaru now going to sacrifice his rook. No, he doesn't. Okay, I'm actually surprised Hikaru didn't take that opportunity to open up around Black's king. Hikaru's probably still for choice, I would say. No, Aronian is making a comeback here. Now Aronian is trying to advance his pawns on this right side of the board. Hikaru, on the other hand, trying to put pressure in towards the middle, but these pawns rushing on the side of the board, that's problematic to say the least. Aronian down to just 14 seconds at this stage. A very tricky situation, how to deal with all of these pawns rushing forward on opposite sides of the board. Good move by Hikaru. He's rerouting his knight to put pressure in towards the center. This could go either way. Right now, I'm liking Hikaru's chances because I think we're going to get a blockade. Ooh, don't like that move from Hikaru. Now you can trade and sacrifice the pawn in the center. Sacrifice pawn? No sacrifice needed. No, but now the knight is coming into blockade. Is Levon Aronian going to manage to somehow get his king into the heart of the white position? Aronian with just 5 seconds left. Hikaru's king is stuck. The king always has to stay over here to deal with the black pawn on the side of the board, and now the black king has to stay to deal with these white pawns, and we're basically at an impasse. Neither player can make progress, and this game is going to be a draw. Wow, it's just dramatic from start to finish. And at the point you made, Fiona, every game is going down to the wire.
It really is, and we saw some actual physical reaction by the players there on camera, both, shaking their head in somewhat disbelief. I think both have reasons to be disappointed. I think probably more so Levon, who was pressing for most of the game. But I agree with what you said, the time management. Again, it's easy for us here to say, he needs to do something about that. But he really does have to do something about that.
Yeah. And here, interesting play from Hikaru, going with this unusual bishop move, putting pressure on White's knight. I actually think this is an underrated line. I'm happy to see Hikaru utilizing it. And now he's going for the sacrifice in the center. The idea being that if the sacrifice is accepted, Black will strike with a double attack shortly thereafter. And Aronian plays what is considered in children's chess to be a classic mistake. Aronian sacrifices his bishop, but in turn then leaves Hikaru with really well-placed pawns in the center, and Hikaru having the advantage of the bishop pair. I'm shocked at Aronian's play here in the opening. Like, if a 8-year-old played like Aronian did there, the 8-year-old would get scolded by their coach. And here Aronian plays it, one of the very best players in the world. I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes the emotional aspect can make you lose your objectivity. I think Levon knows these things. You're pointing out bishop in f takes f7 in general is not to be considered to be very good. I think it's been a very tough match for Levon. He's trailing by 3 points. He's messed up a few winning positions, and he's already getting close to the territory. I mean, also imagine you're Levon Aronian. The 5+1 portion was a nightmare. You've just, bungled a great position, and you're staring down the prospect of soon playing half an hour of bullet against Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, it's not a fun position to find yourself in.
No, it's definitely not. But that's when you just gotta start trusting your instincts and just stop thinking, because you tried thinking and it didn't work. You just got low on time, and you just gotta trust your instincts. And there's absolutely no instinct Aronian has that tells him it's right to give up the control in the center and give Hikaru the bishop pair. That being said, actually here, the eval bar has turned in Aronian's favor, which is sensational. And one of the reasons for it is that the bishop pair is no more. The white knight is jumping forward and is about to take out one of these black bishops, which will leave Aronian with the pressure in the position. So yeah, I'm very highly critical of Aronian's opening play here, but he managed to make it work, and it's actually still Hikaru who needs to be careful here.
Yeah, we see Levon is not in a rush to take on f6, queen g3, just putting the queen on the same file as the king. We see Hikaru prophylactically, I think, getting out of there. I don't think there were any immediate threats, but it's just not a square you want to find yourself on. And look at Levon, he's just throwing all the pieces forward. And if we look at the black position, the bishop on b7 is far removed from the action, not really doing much. And Levon's pieces, if he can bring the rook from a1 to e1, all his pieces will be taking part in the game.
Yeah, but now the tactics start. The queen put the pressure on the knight, forcing the knight to make the trade. Now Hikaru is offering the trade of the rooks. And if Levon here captures the black rook, I think Hikaru is going to take back with the pawn. I think Hikaru is going to voluntarily give himself a slightly bad pawn structure to get the rook pointing down towards the queen and king. But I was wrong. So there's that.
I like the way you're thinking. I was getting behind the idea of opening up the G file. I think Hikaru probably thinks here we get a position with opposite colored bishops. My king is now relatively safe, although the bishop
but
comes
now it's
to
game
e5.
over. It's game over. Because now Levon Avronian can sacrifice his bishop against this pawn. A brilliant move from Levon Avronian. It secures him not only that he wins a pawn, it would also get rid of the opposite colored bishops. So interesting strategy here from Hikaru. Hikaru immediately decides not to go for the massive trades because he realizes that position will be hopeless. And Hikaru instead manages to get a situation where the queen does get traded and where Hikaru is down on material, but where there are these bishops of opposite colors. And that is a crucial factor in the position because it means that Hikaru can always try to create a blockade on the light squares because White's bishop cannot control the light squares on the board.
And something tells me, John Ludwig, that Hikaru is going to hold this game as well, and it's going to be another heartbreaker for Levon. It's still an extra pawn, but look at this. Bishop allowing the pawn to run.
Yeah, Engine suggesting to just rush forward here. I'm not even sure Levon is going to hold on for a draw, even though he was up a pawn. The black pawn is just so good, trying to make its way forward to become a new queen. Avronian just once again losing, not because of his play, but because of his time management. Hikaru manages to shepherd the pawn home to becoming a new queen, and Hikaru there taking a bit of an undeserved victory, but at the same time, the time management is certainly a big part of the game, and it's one of Hikaru's strongest features. He's so good at using the clock to put pressure on the opponent, and Avronian has succumbed to that strategy again and again and again. And like, he must be furious with himself, Avronian, allowing himself to get into that time pressure all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Avronian at this stage, he's broken. I mean, if we look at the match score, which is now 7-3 in Hikaru's favor, of course, as Hikaru fans, we're delighted to see Hikaru do well, but the score really does not reflect the story of the match and of the games we have seen, where I feel from the positions we saw, it felt like quite an even match with chances for both sides. But then whenever the players got low on time, the story always ended the same way.
But that's why Hikaru is winning this speed chess championship every single year, because that ability to stay cool under pressure and create tricks for your opponent to fall into, that is the key quality you need to have to win the speed chess championship. So it's absolutely no accident that this happens again and again and again, because that's what Hikaru is just so much better than the rest at.
Absolutely. Before we get into this game, which again, so far looks quite even, Levon still has 2 minutes on the clock. Did I dream? I have a question regarding the rules. I know that back in the day, the games were always all played, all the time controls were played out. Did I dream that you can now resign a match? Or is that a thing? Can anyone enlighten me? Because I feel like everything is being played, but I thought I saw something somewhere. Anyway, back to the game, but let me know in the chat. Will everything be played, or can Levon at some point? You can now resign. Okay, so I did not dream. Thank you, Creamsicle. What do you think, John Ludwig? Do you think Levon might resign the match at some point?
Yeah, I guess if you have the option to, it makes a lot of sense to save you more heartache. I'm also liking Hikaru's strategy in this game, because the black pawns in the center are looking very intimidating, but they're kind of stuck. This pawn in the middle cannot move forward because Hikaru has that completely under control. And this other pawn cannot move forward because then White's queen will get an amazing position in the middle. So Hikaru now is basically just playing a waiting game, trying to find the right moment to open up on the left side of the board. And he's decided that moment is now. I think Hikaru's going to win another one, because look at Arunyan's time. But also, this has been a class act game from Hikaru. The way he's just decided to give black these doubled pawns, and how he's not allowing the pawns to kind of show that they have any strength. That has been really, really convincing, if you ask me.
Absolutely. We see Levon trying his best, of course, to put up a fight. The knight is jumping around and hitting the pawn on a4. I guess that pawn can now be captured, although, yeah, maybe you don't want to give up the pawn on b7.
But now there's another pawn in trouble.
Yeah.
However, that pawn is dangerous to capture, because then the knight will jump forward and attack the rook. So yeah, these knights are very, very tricky at the moment. I'm expecting something like rook b4 from Hikaru, just giving more pressure here towards this c4 pawn. He goes for a similar idea, rook up along the b file. And now, actually, the hero of the game might be this pawn on the side of the board, the pawn that found the right moment to break forward and try and open up on the queen side of the board. This pawn could become a new queen. The only thing stopping it is the black pawn on b7. So what are we going to do? I'm thinking Hikaru is going to use both his rooks, trying to eliminate that black pawn, so that you can get your own pawn forward, queening it in short time thereafter.
I like your plan a lot. I thought that after rook fb1, black wasn't in time to take on d2, because we could again probably take on b7. But this also makes a lot of sense. Hikaru has now defended the pawn on d2, brought the knight in, and here we go, a6. That pawn is going to be swapped, leaving Hikaru with one passed pawn on the a file. And that pawn is, in the long run, just going to decide the game, most likely.
Yeah, maybe. But on the other hand, like, black's pawns in the center are looking very, very good. And this black knight is having constant pressure on two white pawns. To me, this seems like a very tricky situation, despite Hikaru being up a pawn.
What's going on here? D2 is hanging?
Yeah, and Arunyan has captured it. Was that a blunder from Hikaru, or did he give this pawn up on purpose? Now Arunyan can go after another pawn.
But then the a pawn starts running.
Ooh. Arunyan down on time yet again, trying to go after the pawn on c3, but then Hikaru captures back the pawn he was missing there for a couple of moments. Still very tense.
Hikaru down to 30 seconds as well. But both pawns now advancing. Black cannot get to a7 and stop the pawn from the 7th rank. So I guess Levon trying to get to a6 with the rook instead. But the king has been pushed back to the back rank.
And basically, so this pawn on the side of the board was causing so much problems that Arunyan was completely focused on stopping this pawn. And then Hikaru changes his style of attack, in that he goes after this pawn on the other side, so that he has pawns on both sides, just one distracting the black king so that the other one can rush forward. That was a class game from Hikaru, and his lead is now up to 5 points. Yeah,
I mean, I was saying earlier that a lot of the games, were quite in the balance, but I feel there were some games where it was mostly one-way traffic, and Hikaru was showing some really, really fantastic play in a lot of games tonight.
Yeah, the last 2 games of the 5-minute portion were absolutely amazing from Hikaru, and also this previous game in the 3-minute section, I thought was very, very good from Hikaru. And here we have a situation where the white king is left in the middle of the board while black has gotten all their pieces into the game. This is a risky strategy from Aronian, but at this point, with being 5 points down, you gotta risk it to try and make a comeback. Aronian moving his bishop a second time in the opening. Normally, we don't like moving the bishop a second time, but the pressure you create in towards the black knight and the black queen might actually justify the decision.
So is Levon already threatening to take on f6 is what I'm wondering. What you do if you take on f6, remove a defender from the pawn on d5, which I think is why Hikaru decided to simply capture on his on c4 himself to get rid of the attack on this pawn. And
then
both players,
rook b8, a bit of a weird move, but Hikaru wanted to move his bishop away, but in order to do that, he first needed to defend the pawn. And we have a position where it's actually just a very good situation for Aronian because black is struggling to get their pawns influencing the center of the board. So it's going to be white having that central control with the pawns and also supported by the rooks.
Maybe we can talk for a second. A lot of people, you hear about the bishop pair, and a lot of people think when they have the bishop pair that's almost an automatic advantage. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. Although Hikaru has the bishop pair here, we see especially the bishop on f6 is out of play right now, just hitting on that pawn center of white. So what the bishop pair wants, they want an open position, but right now the bishops are both being kicked back, hence why the bishop pair here is not as good yet, but things could change on Ludwig.
Yeah, it has potential for the future. So what my coach always said is that the bishops are good in long games because they need some time to really showcase their power. And in this match thus far, we've had long games basically every single time. So I'm cautiously optimistic on these bishops' behalf, especially now that Aronian has gone for some trades in the middle of the board. These bishops now are gonna have a lot of potential for the future. I am one of those players who think that when you have the bishop pair, you're almost guaranteed a win. And right now, Hikaru is proving my theories
already. I mean, so I was making my point just 30 seconds ago, and look at the bishops both on lovely open diagonals, and another game where I don't know, Levon had a nice position, but I think. Levon, he's such a fantastic player, but I think he's also a player who's quite prone to. He's quite an emotional player. I don't know if that's something you would agree with, but today has not been his day. He's had to suffer so many painful losses, and I don't think he's able to bring his A game any longer.
No, but I don't think anyone would.
Yeah.
Right? I think that when you get a couple of losses in a row, that just completely ruins your confidence. That being said, this was a fantastic move from Aronian. It looked like Hikaru was just going to win another one, having an extra pawn, but moving the queen up was a mistake. The rook comes in, captures the white pawn, and if this rook had been captured, there was a trick with the knight moving forward, giving a check on black's king, while at the same time opening up between the queens. You have to address the check, so you have to take the knight, but then Hikaru would have lost his queen and with it the game. So that was a great capture of a pawn. And now it's suddenly looking pretty equal again, with both players approaching time trouble.
Equal on the clock as well. That's something we haven't seen in a while. I actually like Levon's position. He currently has some pressure on the d file. Queen e3 was just played. I guess the rook from c3 is looking to go to d3 and continue accentuating the pressure there.
Yeah, this is looking kind of no, not just kind of. This is looking very scary for Hikaru. Potential plan also involving trying to get this knight up to this f5 square. That would be amazing for Aronian if he could achieve that.
On the other hand, it's
it's
not so
Hikaru now
easy
the
to
one
get it
lowest
done.
on time. Yeah.
20 seconds, and we see that Hikaru is looking for those trades. Doesn't trade rooks, though. Are you surprised by that decision?
No, not really. I think Hikaru has seen what we've all seen, that Levon struggles when you get low on time. So it makes sense for Hikaru wanting to keep the rooks as an extra piece to create threats with. Now this rook is trying to get up into the heart of the white's position and start making threats both against the white king and also against the white queen.
We might see a repetition here.
Hikaru doesn't want
plays
it.
on. And that pin on the knight on f3 is so annoying to deal with long term. The king cannot move. You'll have to defend the knight first. That's what Levon does. Queen b3. And how will Hikaru increase the pressure?
Ooh, that was a mistake from Hikaru.
Yeah.
Now there's some real pressure here on the black position. Hikaru blundered his pawn, and now it is a winning situation for Aronian, picking up pawns on both sides of the board. It turns out Hikaru's ambition may have failed him, but here, a very nice trick. The rook kind of came here. You thought the rook was going up, but then Hikaru changed his mind.
Oh.
However, he falls into a checkmate. Great comeback there from Aronian. And Hikaru is reminded that he is playing one of the very top players in the world, who is very capable of making big comebacks in the time scramble. And Hikaru there, in hindsight, probably regrets not making the trade of rooks.
I was gonna, bring up that decision because to me it's so incredible, just how much Hikaru wants to win every single game. He was leading by 5 points in the match, and as much as we love a close match, I think it's clear to everyone that this match is practically over. The only time control which remains is Hikaru's best time control. Levon has been struggling on the clock. So, barring an absolute miracle, I don't think anyone expected a comeback was possible for Levon. But still, Hikaru is not happy to just take the draw and go to the next game. No, he just wants to win every single game. And after my little monologue, I look at the position, and Hikaru just has a wonderful position again.
Yeah, and the reason for that is the black bishop in the center of the board. Normally, you do want your pieces in the middle because then they can attack in multiple directions. The problem here is that the bishop is running short of squares. This bishop might actually be trapped. We could see Hikaru trying to move his pawns up, attacking the bishop, after which the bishop would have no retreat squares available. So that is the main issue right now for Levon. And Hikaru has done a great job of not getting tilted by losing that game in a time scramble that could have gone either way. Instead, Hikaru is just on to the next one. And immediately putting some pressure on Aronian.
You talked about the bishop on e5 and the problems that is facing. I see another problem. That's the king on e8. Where is that king going to go? Very doubtful it will cancel kingside. So it looks like that king's destiny is, for now at least, is to stay in the center, maybe go to f8. But it's never going to be safe in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, so I think the thing Aronian needs to go for is trying to make a queen trade. because then having the king in the middle is not going to be a problem. Rather, the opposite. It's going to be good to have the king involved early on. However, how do you make a queen trade while at the same time keeping your bishop safe? That's what Aronian is spending time on right now, and I'm expecting him to play this bishop forward simply so that the bishop has the opportunity to retreat thereafter.
He's spending time on it. He's spending maybe again too much time on it. Down to a minute now. That's over a minute difference, and Queen c7 is the move he decides on. So Levon looking for some play on the c file, hitting the pawn on c2. Hikaru has a couple of options to respond. He can just retreat and defend. Maybe c3 was an option, but Black could have considered some sacrifices. So I think it makes sense for Hikaru to just keep it safe.
Yeah, but here, yes, Aronian did basically exactly what we talked about. Mm-hmm. He managed to save his bishop by retreating it backwards, and then he's going for the queen trade, which would then justify the placement of the king in the center. This has been actually textbook stuff from Aronian dealing with that troublesome situation he had. Hikaru might still be better, but it's not much. And look at this maneuver. Wow, this black bishop is really having quite the game. Right now, the best way for that bishop to get involved is just by making a long trek to the opposite side.
I'm curious if we're going to see all the rooks come off. No, not any longer. Black recaptured on c5 with the pawn. And what do you think? Which piece is stronger, the knight or the bishop?
Oh, it's so difficult to tell. I think it's all about the pawns rather than the bishop and the knight. Mm-hmm. I think it's about whether or not Aronian successfully can march his pawns up the board along this left side flank. And the answer to that is no. That is an amateur mistake. Amateur mistake by Levon Aronian. A horrible, horrible move he made here, pushing forward too aggressively, because when he moved forward, he missed out on the opportunity to create a pawn chain, pawns defending each other up the board. Hikaru exploits this beautifully with his move, challenging this protecting pawn, and when that pawn moves, Hikaru can capture the next one, and with it, the black position just collapses in 2 moves. Like 2 moves ago, the computer was saying black has a really nice position. Now the computer is saying it's game over. That was a dreadful mistake on Aronian's part, and he is forced to resign.
Yeah, another painful to watch collapse by Levon, who now... Oh, game aborted. Do we get...
There's a break, apparently.
I guess there's a break, yeah. Also here at the halfway mark of the 3+1. Hikaru, once again, as we can see, has left the board. Levon just left with contemplating, you know, what's been happening tonight. It's been a tough match. We still have quite a bit to go, but I know our clock is still running, but I think the players are in a break. I don't know if we'll... Okay, we're gonna go on a quick break as well. Sorry, John Ludwig. So we'll go on a quick break. We'll be back for 24 more minutes of 3+1, then half an hour of Bullet. The fun isn't over. Hikaru leads by 5 points. We'll be back very soon with the conclusion of this match. Hello and welcome back to the SEC quarterfinal match between Hikaru and Nakamura. I almost stopped myself after Hikaru because I thought, you guys probably know who Hikaru is. Anyway, Hikaru Nakamura, he's taking on Levon Aronian tonight, and the match is looking very good for Hikaru. The score currently 9-4. John Ludwig, 23 minutes remain on the 3+1 portion of the match. What are your thoughts?
It's looking very good for Hikaru. I mean, he's played some excellent chess, and when he hasn't played excellent chess, he's got the nerves to decide it in the time scrambles. I'm heavily favoring him, of course, given also the score in the match, of course. And this black opening Hikaru uses here against Levon's Vienna opening has also brought him tremendous success. Levon just not being able to face this unusual bishop move in a convincing fashion. This seems like it's something Hikaru has prepared, and it's giving him great results.
Yeah, absolutely. Those last few games with the black pieces, I'm struggling to remember when the last time was Levon got an advantage with white out of the opening. I feel like it's not really been going his way. Even here we see the engine already liking black. Hikaru once again has a beautiful center, pawns on e5 and d5. He needs to figure out how to protect e5, which is under attack right now. Maybe doesn't have to protect it. Bishop g4 is a counter move, which is what he goes for, pinning the knight on f3. And what do you make of this resulting position? Hikaru's given up the bishop pair here. We just talked about it earlier. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was okay until this move queen to a5. Not a fan of this one. And now Levon Aronian can push his pawn forward and thereby preventing the trade of bishops. I think the bishop trade here would be in black's favor, as it takes away one of white's main strengths in this position. And so, yes, I fully support Aronian in this decision. Move the pawn forward, keep the bishop pair for yourself. White also has an advantage with number of pawns in the middle of the board, having this central pawn as opposed to black having one on the right-hand side. That being said, the cost of doing this for Aronian has been this knight on b1. This knight is struggling to get into play, and that's where the fight is focused right now. Hikaru trying to prevent the knight from getting in, and Aronian trying to find a path. And right now, it does seem as though it is Aronian who's successful, having found a really clever way of getting that knight first out on the side of the board, then into the middle. I'm liking white's position here.
Yeah, we're really in the middle of the maneuvering middle game phase. I'm wondering what Hikaru's plan is, where those knights are going to jump to. Do they want to jump at all? No. b5.
Brilliant play from Hikaru here. And you're right on the money with that comment. Where do the knights want to go? This b5 move is actually all about the knight on e6. Because this move is preparing for the pawn to continue further forward, challenging the white pawn on c3. And when that white pawn is eliminated, it will no longer control this d4 square, which will allow Hikaru to jump up there with his knight. I'm really liking this play from Hikaru.
And b4 once again sent Levon into the tank. He's down to under a minute. He goes queen e1, rook b8. And nothing has changed so much about the position.
A blunder of a full piece by Levon Aronian. What a mistake. But at the same time, it was a mistake under pressure. It was not an unforced error. Hikaru was so focused on trying to maneuver his knight forward in the middle of the board, and Aronian was only paying attention to how he could stop the black knight from joining the party. He just completely forgot about the fact that the white bishop was running out of escape squares and got punished for it.
Incredible. I mean, it's not every day you see Levon miss something like this. It's not every day at this level you see a piece just get trapped, completely trapped. We now have a 6-point lead for Hikaru, which is under 20 minutes remaining, but the engine does not seem to approve of what he's done in the opening here.
Yeah, and this is incredible. A great opportunity for Aronian, and he has definitely discovered what the engines here are recommending. The question is, can he figure out all the calculations necessary to make the brilliant move, knight takes pawn? So what just happened is that Hikaru thought, well, I take his bishop, he will have to take back. But Levon is saying, no, I do not have to recapture this bishop. I can instead capture the pawn and put pressure on another white bishop. Hikaru then makes a trade. Black's bishop returns, now making the pressure against the rook in the corner. The rook is under attack. The bishop is under attack. The bishop moves, threatening the knight. The knight moves, threatening the bishop. Both bishop and rook under attack now, but Hikaru manages to stay afloat by some brilliant play, putting the knight out to protect the bishop while also opening up for the queen. So by some miracle, Hikaru is still in it. Hikaru now with a bishop and a knight traded for a rook and a pawn. Normally, we would favor the knight and bishop over the rook and pawn, but the coordination of white's pieces, and in particular, this knight on the side of the board, is the reason for why the engines are still preferring Aronian's position. And this is why it was such brilliant play by Aronian to go for this situation, because it was not obvious, any of these calculations. And in the end, he ends up in a situation where he's actually normally in a position we would say, no, you don't want to give up 2 pieces for a rook. But he found out that just the white pieces are just struggling tremendously to coordinate and work together. And
that's
Aronian,
what we see here.
Yeah, Aronian is going to win the game.
Yeah. I mean, what an incredible sequence. That was loved what Levon did as well, forcing the exchange of queens. And we see the awkward knight on a3. We see the pawn dropping on d5 just now.
And this is actually a sacrifice of a rook. Aronian is voluntarily walking into this skewer because then the black rook would be able to capture both the knight and the pawn on the side of the board thereafter. Aronian is a class player. Don't be fooled by the current score in this match. Aronian has some game, and he's showcasing it right now.
I mean, even here, this is not over yet. Of course, black is objectively winning, but we talked about how tricky knights are. I think Levon has done okay in this game with his time management. He still has over a minute. He's getting all his pieces in. But Hikaru has those knights, those tricky knights. The problem is it's very hard to coordinate them, and Levon actually decides to simplify, give back the exchange, and just play now with an extra pawn, capturing the pawn on a3. And this one should really be a fairly straightforward win, but as we have seen today, no win is really straightforward in this fast time controls.
Yeah, but Aronian is going to win this. I have complete confidence in him. These pawns are just too strong. They're going to march up the board, and an amazing game from Aronian, reminding everyone that
not
even
a complete amateur after all.
Yeah, but in a way that's even more to Hikaru's credit, right? Because he's making one of the very best chess players in the whole world look like a beginner at times. And with this game, Levon Aronian is reminding us that he is very much a decent chess player. It's just that Hikaru is so much better.
And we see Levon actually give up the rook on d4, but that pawn is just going to run both of them. And Hikaru, will he resign now? He seems to be just taking some time.
Hikaru is frustrated right now, it seems. The fact that he's playing on here means that he suddenly got reminded that, well, this guy is pretty good. I may want to actually take down the time on the match clock. I'm not taking this victory for granted. I'm going to use every trick in my quiver to make sure that I qualify for the speed chess semifinal.
Absolutely. After queen g4, the king looks like it's running out of squares, but not just yet. There are two legal moves here, either king d5 or f4, but both of them lead to checkmate on the next move. And Hikaru might just let the clock run down for another 35 seconds. Sometimes, there is the aspect you talked about of just running the clock down, but also sometimes just taking a little breather. This is a very intense format. Only Hikaru knows why he's doing this. He's looking fairly relaxed to me. Doesn't look too annoyed. We're getting down now. Levon about to take this one back to 5-point deficit. With what? Just under 13 minutes on the clock in this 3+1 portion.
And it's definitely not bad sportsmanship because this is it's a format, right? It's the speed chess format, which says you have to play this and this many games in this and this many time. And for those of you who were up watching the chess boxing last night, you will know that sometimes in order to maximize your chance of winning, you have to do some unorthodox strategies.
Don't remind me. I stayed up until 5 a.m. watching it. You did too.
No, actually, I had a big day today, so I had meetings and stuff. But I understood that there were some players who went for, let's call it, alternate strategies in the boxing part, trying to avoid the opponent to. Are you maybe
alluding to a game of hide and seek?
I am, yes. I must admit I am not completely impartial in this discussion. I was the coach of one of the participants who, in the words of Twitter, got robbed yesterday. But it's all in good fun. At the end of the day, chess was the winner.
Yeah, I mean, what an event they put on. I saw, not just one tweet, a lot of voices. I think Andrea was dubbed. She might have lost the match, but from what I could tell, she's the people's champ. And although I was quite tired today after staying up all night, it was a great event to watch, and just the production was incredible. That chess is now part of the biggest ever live watched, biggest viewership. I don't know, I've lost my train of thought, but biggest viewership for a live event on YouTube. It's fantastic. You got a feel for Lawrence as well. I don't know, what did you make of that, John Ludwig?
I genuinely haven't seen anything. I've just basically seen titles. And I can imagine what the title is going to be for the news article coming out after this Speed Chess Championship match. Because Hikaru Nakamura, once again with the black pieces, once again putting pressure on the opponent. How is black the one about to take complete charge in the center of the board here right now? I gotta say, both these players have been better with the black pieces than the white pieces. How is that possible? Having the white pieces is supposed to be an advantage. How is black getting a good position game after game after game?
I was going to actually ask you that question. Do you think it is to do with their opening choices, or what do you put it down to?
I think these players are kind of used to having an advantage with the white pieces, which sometimes implies that you can take more risks. So I think the players are kind of used to taking more risks without being punished for it with the white pieces. The problem is when you're playing speed chess and when the opponent is as good as the opponent is in this circumstance for both of these players, then you get punished for that risk you take because you think, oh, I have the white pieces, I can play somewhat inaccurately and it'll be fine. But it turns out when you're facing Hikaru Nakamura, when you're facing Levon Avronian, you're not going to be fine making an inaccuracy. You're just going to get killed, which we have seen a couple of times so far.
We have indeed. Here what we're seeing is we're seeing some trades. I actually love this last move by Levon, rook e1, because I was wondering how is Levon going to recapture. I wasn't a fan of either of the captures and being left with this backward pawn on e3, a hole on e4. So really liking rook e1, I think the most accurate move to keep the game in the balance.
So the knight is not going anywhere. If the knight moves, the queen will be captured thereafter, which means that Avronian had a third option to capture this knight using his rook instead. And by using the rook, he's preventing the black bishop from getting a great home in the middle of the board. Instead, Hikaru decides to go for the retreat. And this game is going to be a draw. You can take it to the bank. Yes, for once, I am sure. Because right now, what we saw in the previous game is that Hikaru is no longer messing about. Earlier in the match, we saw a situation where Hikaru could have gone for the trade of rooks and gone for the draw, but he chose to go for the win and take a risk and got punished for it. Because in the time scramble, Avronian actually managed to create lots of threats and win the game. And now we saw in the previous game that Hikaru stole the time to kind of guarantee him less time before the 1 minute portion of the match and less time in the match as a whole. Basically, it's a strat that relies on you having the lead already, which tells me that if given the opportunity to go for a draw now, Hikaru will take it. He's done going for the win in an equal position.
I agree with you, but maybe let's say if he was offered a draw, maybe he wouldn't take it, but he would play the game out to shave more time off the clock.
Well, I think if he was offered a draw, he would let his time run down to 1 second, and then he would accept the draw.
I like the way you think. I like the way you think, Hammer.
Chess grandmasters, sneaky people.
The difference between a grandmaster and a woman I am, people. Heard it here first. Very sneaky. And, well, we have a completely drawn endgame on the board, although Hikaru, these pawns are going forward. He doesn't want to trade rooks. What is going on here? Will we see a repetition?
Yeah, I think we will. And I think Hikaru will let his time go down now to 1 second before he makes his move. Oh, no! He actually goes for the win. I mean, oh yes, he goes for the win. That's exciting as the audience, but as a predictor, I'm unhappy because I made a mistake.
I can see
that. but also, like, Hikaru is definitely worse here. Like, Hikaru needs to be careful about not ending in trouble here. Because now the white king is making its way up the board. All the black pieces, all the black pawns are on the same square as. Oh, and now maybe
I think Hikaru got exactly what he wanted. It looks like white cannot break through, and he's shaving off so much time off the clock.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But there's a sacrifice here. Okay. Levon Arunan does not go for the sacrifice because he doesn't have the seconds he needs to calculate it.
To me, it's incredible for how long Hikaru was able to milk this position.
Yeah, he's really avoiding the repetitions. And now he's letting the clock go down before the repetition. Wow, what a skilled, sneaky man strategist.
Hikaru is really done with this 3+1. He's like, okay, just give me the bullet already. We are down to just over 4 minutes. And I think this will be the last game. I don't think there's any way Hikaru will let this finish in under 4 minutes. Yeah,
I agree with you. Based on what we've seen so far here in the last 2 games, this one's going to take some time. Yes.
But what an exciting position we have on the board. Hikaru has castled queenside and is throwing his pawns up the board on the king side. Our first sort of position like this with, queenside castling and an attack on the king side. Or is this all just theory, Hammer? Probably all.
I don't know, but who's attacking? There's a black rook pointing down towards the white king position. I'm not convinced that it's Hikaru doing the attacking right now. The black king, yes, is stuck in the center, but for now it's fairly safe. And there's a lot of black pieces pointing down towards where the white king is located.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just looking at h4 for a second, but when you started talking, I was like, yeah, I really don't like. Actually, I think the king from c1 should slide to b1. I think that's a very common move in all these kind of positions. And then the question is, how does black continue the attack?
And the answer is something Arunan had prepared ahead of time. He pushed his pawn forward without thinking, and now he's getting ready to get the next pawn forward to keep pushing up the board and moving these pawns forward, opening up in front of the white king, while simultaneously also creating threats on these knights. Arunan is seizing the initiative here. And I guess that's what Hikaru sensed, that there was some renewed energy in the way Arunan was playing, and that's why Hikaru started being so cynical about getting that match clock down.
Absolutely, and I was just wondering, do we go bishop e7? After bishop e7, is that an indication that black wants to castle, or does the black bishop maybe just want to come to f6, where it will be beautifully placed along the diagonal, defending g7, but mostly looking forward towards the white king? And yeah, I would not like to be in Hikaru's shoes here.
Yeah, no, tricky position. I'm thinking I would probably castle, but I would probably also be checkmated by Hikaru. So there's that. What are the options? I like your move, bishop f6. Arunan goes for a third option, g6. I'm not sure I would make that move, because here the white pawn immediately pushes forward to put pressure. Now the question is, can Arunan switch the attention to the other side of the board? Yes, he can. Ooh, fancy play from Levon Aronian. I thought he was going to take back with his pawn, but he doesn't want to get blocked. He first uses his pawn forward to kick back White's knight. Then he comes in with the queen. Now that queen is immediately pointing down on White's king, and Hikaru is in big trouble.
Yeah, Hikaru trying, of course, pushing that pawn, but just look at that king.
Ooh, unnecessary move here by Levon. Okay, I thought Hikaru was going to sacrifice his rook to then get his queen into an attacking position. Instead, Hikaru jumps forward with his knight. The threat against the pawn in the center is difficult because the black pawn cannot come to defend, because then the queen will capture.
The black position, it still looks good, but somehow loose. Suddenly the rook on h4 is loose. The pawn on e5 is under attack. It feels like Levon has to wrap up the game ASAP, because the longer this goes on, it just feels like White is slowly unraveling a tiny bit.
Yeah, but even if he loses back this pawn, even if the queens are traded, Levon is still going to be sitting there with a really sweet bishop pair. So I feel like he can't really go wrong here, although there is the situation with the time. Levon is down to 30 seconds, and the time has been a problem for him in this match.
Yeah, also, I mean, the king on e8, luckily the bishop on f6 does a great job covering h8, so I don't think we need to be worried about the king anytime soon. But I'm wondering, is Hikaru at some point going to take the pawn on e5?
I think he would if he could. The fact that he hasn't taken the pawn suggests he really hasn't been in a position to take it.
What is this? Giving up the rook here on d4 for what?
So Levon sacrifices his rook in order to get the trade of queens. The problem is that this white knight is jumping forward in a great fashion. The idea here is that Hikaru wants to... and there's a counter trick from Levon Aronian to win back the rook in exchange for a bishop. Even so, it's not so bad for Hikaru, because the knight can be stronger than the bishop in situations like these. And also really good move here from Hikaru, going for the trade of pawns. If the trade is made, then the white king will be able to join in towards the middle. This should be a draw, but Levon is really short on time. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a draw. Hikaru
does not need to worry about shaving off any time any longer, because the timer is officially over. So whenever this game ends, that's the end of the 3+1, and half an hour of 1+1 bullet remains.
And Hikaru has said that he will consider himself a favorite going into the 1 minute section with an equal score. Here he's going to have a 5-point lead, and that should be more than sufficient to decide it in his favor.
What's Hikaru? I'm so confused as to, maybe he was actually just thinking here. I was wondering if the game was over, but no, he's running. And I think sometimes when I've watched those matches, I wasn't sure, are the players, aware of the clock. I think a lot of players maybe weren't, but not Hikaru. He has so much experience in this format. I think he's fully aware of all the different factors.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not super impressed. Wow. Oh my God. Maybe Aronian can... No, because the king gets out. Or
you're dreaming of some mates? Or?
Like Aronian could try to get his king down here. Mm-hmm. At first, I thought Aronian was playing it inaccurately, that he was giving chances for Hikaru. But now, okay. Now I thought there was a moment. And this one is going to be aborted because we are finished with the 3 minute section. We will have more action for you There's still 30 minutes of 1 minute chess remaining. But first, we're going to have a little break.
Hello and welcome back to the final portion of this quarterfinal match between Hikaru and Levon and Ronian. It is the bullet 1+1 half an hour. John Ludwig, what do you expect from this final segment of the match?
I'm expecting a dominant Hikaru performance. This is his time control. The faster the play, the bigger the edge he traditionally has. He has displayed it so far in this match as well. Because every time they get into a time scramble, Hikaru has often found a way to decide it in his favor. The pace we're about to witness is unlike anything we've seen so far. This is going to be just a tremendous spectacle from the very first move.
Absolutely. A 5-point lead for Hikaru going into this. I think the players look ready. They are here. We are here. What can we say? I don't think that Levon harbors any realistic hopes of a comeback, but of course he will try. Theoretically, it is possible. And they are off. Levon is starting with white in the first game.
Yeah, and it's a London opening, the same opening that they used previously. And here Levon goes for an early attack with the pawn, trying to close down the situation. The intention is to capture this black pawn afterwards and take Hikaru by surprise. Hikaru was definitely surprised, moves his knight out to the edge of the board. This knight will now have trouble coming back into the game.
Yeah, a great start for Levon in this bullet game. Even up on the clock, I really feel that the white openings, as you mentioned in the previous segment, have been a problem. I'm curious, did the players take some time to do some adjustments during the break? So far, looking good for Levon. The black knight looking quite funny inside the white camp on c4, but running dangerously out of squares. You need to watch out as black that b3 doesn't suddenly trap the knight.
Yeah, but here a mistake from Levon. You talked about it. b3 would be troublesome for this knight coming in to attack it. But Hikaru here has the unexpected opportunity to make a trade of queens, after which he would have been able to capture this b pawn. When Hikaru doesn't make the trade of queens, which was in some way not really the logical way to proceed, then now the position is opening up and in Levon's favor. Once again, Hikaru needs to make this trade so that there's no more pawn to attack the knight. But now the position has really opened for white's pieces, especially with this rook that can point down along the edge of the board.
I saw you hovering over the bishop on f4 as well. That bishop doing a great job just looking down this diagonal, stopping a rook from coming to b8. And this endgame here, it's all Levon. And Levon, he's really impressed me, I have to say, for this first bullet game. He has a great position. He's been playing fast. So a fantastic start from Levon. The question is, can he convert this position into a win?
Yes, he can. He has an extra pawn. I don't see him spoiling that easily. Hikaru has to be careful on several fronts. However, wow, Hikaru doing a great job here of creating counterplay. Now Hikaru has a pawn on the H file that can try to make its way forward to becoming a new queen. Hikaru is still many pawns down. How many pawns is he down?
He
at
could
this
win
point?
this game even.
Yeah.
He could win this game. Levon is thinking 5 seconds, and he decides to just make sure he can stop the rook swinging across to h8. And Levon will have Hikaru will have to stop Levon's c-pawn now. And will this just be a draw when the smoke clears?
Well, I don't know, because there was some very tricky play here from a run-in to manage to keep both his pawns protected. Now a run-in is going to win the pawn on f6. However, Then we go into this situation with, despite having an extra pawn, Levon shouldn't be able to win this because the Black King is so well located close to this defensive situation. Aronian trying to move back and forth to find a win here, but actually this is a mistake from Aronian. Aronian is now kind of spending time on the match clock. He should just resign himself to the fact that this game is going to be a draw. I think if Aronian offers a draw here, I think Hikaru would refuse. I
was thinking that as well.
And look at this, Hikaru is letting the time run down. He knows how to make a draw. He's just going to be moving his rook back and forth. But before doing so, he wants to run down the match clock even further. Good strategies there from Hikaru. Good save as well. That was a really tremendous opening play from Levon Aronian. But Hikaru proved himself as a tenacious defender, managing to create that counterplay on the opposite side of where Levon had his focus. And Hikaru scores an important draw there.
Absolutely. Now Hikaru with the white pieces. What even is this, John Ludwig? This doesn't look like anything I've seen before.
No, very untraditional play, but not silly at all. Hikaru moving his bishops out early. Unconventional, but not bad. These bishops are putting pressure in on Black's position. And now this bishop gets a great situation looking down on Black's king. Levon Aronian has been completely outplayed. And the reason is this square on c4. There's no way for Aronian to attack this knight, which means this knight is just dominating the board, having the pressure in on the Black position. Now also the rook is coming in. The rook will come to support afterwards. There's knights jumping forward in both areas of the board. This has just been an incredible display of how to deal with unconventional play from Hikaru. Well, rather not how to deal with it, but how to win with it.
How to use it to your advantage. And now we get to the next stage of the game. Hikaru has pretty much everything he wants in this position. So we now move to the stage of how to make advantage, how to use those strengths you have. We see Hikaru maneuvering his knights around. There are those two main squares, I think, that we were highlighting, c4 and d5. The knight hopping back. Will we see? No.
No. Absolutely no chance. Hikaru will go back and forth here for a draw. He has great potential with his knights. The queen also wanting to join the party. This knight coming in as well. Black's bishop is just horrendous. Look at this bishop. It's being blocked by its own pawn. This pawn on c5, there were some lines where the computer was basically just saying Black should get rid of this pawn at all costs. Because look at how it's blocking both of Black's minor pieces. It's actually just a complete detriment to Black's position. But now it's getting very closed. And I think Hikaru doesn't mind that at all, does he? Because now he can run down the game clock. Levon is not going to want to resign this position, given that he has some chances of saving a draw. But at the same time, Hikaru doesn't really want to win the position because he feels like, well, if I just move back and forth, it's actually better for me to push down the match clock than it is going here for the win immediately.
It's a great narrative, but I actually just refuse to believe that Hikaru thinks, oh, theoretically I could still lose this. Let me run the clock down. I would be absolutely shocked if the thought that he could still lose this match in the bullet portion has ever entered Hikaru's mind tonight.
Well, he's still a competitor. He still wants to play the perfect play given the situation. And look at this as he runs the clock down yet again. He has to settle for a draw by repetition. Amazing defensive play by Aronian. But the problem is all these games where there are good defensive saves, it's working massively in Hikaru's favor, not only because Hikaru has the lead in the match and needs to kind of save himself, but also because, what was I saying? Also because I'm just full of nonsense. 1 minute chess has that effect on people.
I know. I was also, the funny thing is you say, because I was thinking of something, and when you said, what did I say? Then I started thinking, what was I even thinking? I was also thinking something. Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's just return to the game. And for those matches, they take their toll. Yeah.
Probably the players are more tired than the commentator, but you can never rule anything out. Here, Hikaru is getting his final pieces into the game. Levon tries to put pressure on the black position by opening up for the bishop, pointing down on the black king. The question is, do you have a way to strike? The answer is probably no. The knight moving out to the side of the board, making an attack, but that attack is defended against confidently by Hikaru. And then trades in the middle lead to a situation where Hikaru should have everything under control. Hikaru with his knight jumping around, making threats. Now Hikaru can capture the bishop in the center. The queen will recapture. The bishop will move back, attack the queen. Ooh.
And it's just crazy how Hikaru turns these positions around every time. It looks like White has a nice little advantage, but there was a pawn on b7.
Yeah, I don't like this g6 move. I really would have preferred for Hikaru to move the bishop back. That being said, he still has resources in this position. The pressure now on White's knight causing some trouble. And wow, Aronian decides to sacrifice his queen, which is probably good enough to make a draw. But at the same time, it means this game is going to last quite a bit longer.
White... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Hikaru just going for the trade of rooks, knowing that this is going to be a draw, but also knowing that he can play this on forever. Like, there's absolutely no chance Hikaru is going to win this game because the rook is always going to be able to defend the pawn on the opposite side of the board. However, Hikaru will be able to go back and forth with his queen pretty much indefinitely, which means... okay, this cannot be the last game of the match, but honestly, I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised Hikaru moved his pawn this far up. I'm really, really surprised Hikaru moved this pawn so far up because he could move his queen around and then go with the pawn one step forward. Move his queen around, go with the pawn one step forward. He could get this game to last 300 moves if he wanted to. But instead, he's gone for a strategy here where he's actually genuinely trying to win the game by fair and square means.
I feel the playing on the clock was definitely an element of 3+1. It felt like Hikaru just wanted to get to the bullet. I'm really not sure yet. I'm not convinced. I'm waiting.
Yeah, but now Hikaru is in trouble. Games. Hikaru is losing this game now, or maybe not losing, but at the very least in trouble.
Yeah, because once the pawn drops.
Yeah, this rook is doing an amazing defensive effort, holding on to everything. And if Hikaru loses this pawn, then he will probably lose the game. And now he lost the pawn.
Levon is doing such a nice job. The rook, as you were saying, was anchoring the whole white position. So Levon brought the knight to b4 to defend that rook. And now all the white pieces are doing a great job working together and defending, keeping the position together. The engine still thinks it is a draw. It's probably hard for white to make progress without breaking that coordination.
Yeah, but I mean, in practical play, I feel like you're always going to try to manage to make some progress some way or another. If Hikaru saves this, I would be very, very impressed. But you know, he's a good defender for sure. And Levon is certainly low on time. It's so easy to make a mistake against the queen when you have this much pressure on the clock. And wow, and Levon blunders the rook. Wow, that is heartbreaking for Levon.
It is hard. I'm not so surprised, I have to say. In the end, when suddenly everything, I think that when the pieces were all defending one another, the position looked so nice and safe. But as soon as the pieces start being undefended and the queen is getting in and you're down 2 seconds, this is just, I mean, the queen is just so powerful in those spots. And Hikaru now taking a 6-point lead, just under 16 minutes remain on the match clock. We're getting very close to what do you call it? To the match just being actually over. I forgot what that's called.
And here Hikaru is doing a great job of coordinating his pieces. His rook early on, getting that open file, a file with none of your own pawns in the way, so that the rook can point down towards the black position. The bishops working together towards the area where the black king is located. This opening has been a complete fiasco for Levon Aronian. And here Hikaru is going for style points in this attempt for victory. I think Hikaru is going to try to sacrifice his queen at some point here. Queen to g3, definitely the move right now, trying to push the pawn forward on the side. There's absolutely no need to give away your amazing knight in the middle for that black rook. And yet, just as I say that, Hikaru does choose to capture the rook, but the computer engines do not agree with that decision. Still a good position for white, but black has managed to create some kind of defensive structure around the black king.
As you say, the computers don't agree, but still Hikaru keeps that big advantage. Although what's going on now? Those black bishops are looking more and more threatening.
Yeah, great play here from Aronian. He managed to survive the initial onslaught, and now he has a bishop and a knight in exchange for a rook and a pawn. No, 2 pawns, sorry. But Hikaru is just playing so much faster than Levon, which opens up possibilities for blunders that can be taken advantage of. And this was one such moment. The queen is overloaded. The queen needed to keep protection of the knight. When the queen goes back, Hikaru gives up his rook on the bishop, because if that rook was captured, he would then be able to take the knight in the center. And here in the end, this is still tricky. I'm trying. Queen into defense. No? I would just get this to me. Queen. Rook to defense. That's also good. That's actually not also good. That's much, much better. And now
Hikaru holds on to both rooks.
Yeah, the knight comes. Oh, and the bishop comes in. Wow. Really resourceful play here from Levon Aronian. But in the end, it actually is. Both kings were under attack. Both kings were trying to get checkmated. But in the end, it's Hikaru who manages to get the checkmate on Aronian. A well-played battle by both players. But as is often the case, Hikaru just ends up winning in the end. He's got that magic in the time scrambles.
Yeah, and we've really been thoroughly entertained. Keen tactical eye once again by Hikaru, spotting that overloading of the queen. And we talked about those player cards, you know, what Hikaru said, 99 in defense. He gave himself 85 out of 100 for tactics. And I saw a tweet by Blitzstream who said, 85 in tactics, wouldn't want to face someone who's 100 in that case.
Yeah, and look at this, Hikaru just forcing his way forward with that V formation. Beautiful pawns. I can't make the arrows properly, but amazing pawns working together. However, what just happened? Why is the computer so unhappy? Wow, it turns out a V formation is not necessarily sufficient in chess, because here there are two rooks working down towards the black king. But a second mistake coming back here from Levon, not managing to exploit those very nicely placed rooks on the side of the board. This is chaotic. This is 1 minute chess at its very best. Hikaru with a winning position here. He's sacrificing two of his pawns in the middle to make it happen. Honestly, I still don't understand how he's winning. I guess knight to f4 next move is going to win the game.
To tell you, Heimer, I have no clue of what happened in this game. Like, this whole complications happened so fast and they were so far over my head, but it looks like Hikaru is winning once again.
Incredible stuff from both these competitors. And Hikaru now with some nasty tactics to finish it. He's going to take the rook. Oh, he's not taking this one. It would have been nice. Maybe it wasn't even good. Maybe this is just much better. Two rooks pointing down towards the knight, and then if the knight moves, you take the rook behind. Hikaru wins yet again. And incredible stuff. It showcases how difficult chess is. Because, these guys are just, they are making mistakes. They are the best players, human players in the world. They're still making lots of mistakes. But can you fault them when they only have 1 minute to think about a full game?
Absolutely not. And with that, I think chat helped me out earlier. The phrase I couldn't remember is mathematically over. I think the match is mathematically over now. It's an 8-point lead for Hikaru with under 10 minutes remaining. I think Hikaru, this is, they are playing for bullet rating. I think Hikaru, I don't know how much he cares, but he...
Chat definitely cares. The landmark 3,300.
I know, yeah. Hello, 3,300. So Hikaru, I think at the very least will try to keep that rating, but he'll try to, he'll just try to win every game as he always does. And what do you make of the position he's gotten here?
Tricky. I like White's situation. I would go with my pawn on the side of the board to try and create some extra pressure over here, in addition to the pressure we have over on the king side. It's often good to have pressure on two different sides of the board. Hikaru now probably going to play the move g4, try and open up in front of the black king, trying to sacrifice the knight. Yes, taking with the queen here, opening up in front of the king, getting the rook involved afterwards. The rook, yes, comes in. The pawn can step forward. The computer is actually saying black is winning here, but you have to have nerves of steel to think that there's not bad things coming your way. Both of White's rooks now trying to infiltrate along the G file, but now maybe he can sacrifice. Ooh, the queen trade. That's good. And the queen trade has been accepted by Hikaru, but now his position is falling apart. No, you have to be careful, because Hikaru was trying to be tricky. Hikaru was trying to create a situation where he could just run the pawn up along the side of the board. Aronian trying to simplify the situation by making trades, but that has made Hikaru's position easier. Hikaru now trying to guide these pawns up. Look at how Hikaru sacrificed 3 pawns in a row to make these pawns move up the board. Aronian thinking that he's going to make maybe a draw, maybe a win by just continuing forward.
We saw so many of these games where Hikaru was in a lot of trouble and suddenly his pawns just ran And it feels like he won a lot of them, but here Levon, I think, has found a very clever way to give up the piece.
Yeah.
And just ends up with an extra 3 pawns in the rook ending.
Yeah, but there was a moment here where Levon only had one move to save the game. Never mind win it. But he found that one moment. It was how he moved his king over so that his king could blockade Hikaru's pawns on their way forward. Still great play from both players. Oh my god,
that's not a pawn he meant to blunder, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what's going on.
So the a6 pawn dropped out of nowhere, and now once again Levon has to be even careful to, okay, it should be safe with the rook behind the pawn.
That was some incredible defensive play by Hikaru. Did you notice how he took like a 3-second thinking break before making his move? Okay, but now he made a mistake to lose it again.
I'm not sure how you could hold it, actually. We'll never know, but this one.
Well, I think you just needed to keep your king, preventing Black's king from moving forward. Anyway, Aronyan gets a consolation win. The guy deserves it. Poor man. He has been the victim of Nakamura today. The
Nakamura Express.
Yeah, he is still a very, very good player in his own right. And he is going to get the win here. Getting into a classic endgame position where you should build the bridge. And here he doesn't even need to build the bridge. He could have just played rook here and now rook here. Okay. Apparently, Levon Aronin does not know rook endgames. Why are you not putting your rook here?
I mean, this must just be.
I'm shocked on these players' behalf. Rook here. Just move the. This is now.
We came very close to profanity here.
Levon Aronin is broken. Hikaru Nakamura has broken his opponent so much that Levon doesn't even know how to do simple rook endgames. How has this gone on for so long? Okay, he finally put the rook on the A file, and now it's over. The king moves away. You give a check. No, it's not over. Okay, now it's over. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I really feel bad for Levon because, there's thousands of people. There's almost 20,000 people watching you live, plus many more who will see the game. And it's like, you just know, that you're making a fool of yourself. And it's just such a tough spot. And
now Levon is struggling to checkmate with rook against king. Oh my God, this is a tragedy. Poor guy. Okay, he gets there in the end, but now Hikaru has gained so much time on the clock, he can let it run for 20 seconds.
This was painful, actually. This was painful to watch. And I think it's
this is the guy who just beat Hikaru Nakamura. It's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of people in the world who can beat Hikaru. But as wins go, this was not one of the best ones.
And I'm in shock. The clock is almost gone. Somehow the last couple of games were just so intense. We are approaching the 3-minute mark. This could potentially be the last game, but we'll see at most 2 more.
Definitely the last game. I'm calling it right now. Hikaru's sneakiness with letting the clock run. There's no way he's not going to spend 3 minutes for this game. Somehow he's going to have some tenacious defense and manage to run the clock out to win this quarterfinal and make his way into the semifinals. This year in the Speed Chess Championship, often you can take it for granted that Hikaru is going to win it. He really is that much better than the rest at Internet Speed Chess. But this year, he has a formidable opponent. None other than Magnus Carlsen is playing in the Speed Chess Championship today. This year.
You mean Sven Magnus Carlsen?
That is his name, as Christopher well knows.
You were talking about calling this the last game. I think actually Levon will also be happy for this to be the last game. I think the game we just witnessed, that failure to build a bridge, and then how long it took A, to build a bridge, B, to checkmate. I think Levon is not very eager, to get in another game at all costs. But we're into the end game.
Yeah, and
Levon,
Levon might actually finish this match with 2 straight wins. But in order to do so, he needs to get a new queen here on the edge of the board. But the problem is Hikaru has realized the danger and is coming in with his king to stop White's intentions.
It's funny how Levon has these 2 outside pawns, the H pawn, the A pawn. They look dangerous to me. Hikaru needs to do something right now about the pawn not advancing to H7, so King G8.
Yeah, I don't know why Hikaru hasn't been capturing this pawn on A3. I mean, if I were him, I would just get rid of this ASAP so that it can't stop running. But Hikaru, I guess, feels that at any point he can move the rook over to stop the pawn. So in effect now, by pushing this pawn up 4 squares, Aronian has basically just wasted time because that pawn wasn't going to become a new queen anyway. And here Hikaru goes into an endgame where it looks like on first sight that Hikaru can win this because the white king is completely cut off from joining the action along this 7th rank. But it's probably not so easy because every time you move your rook up to capture the pawn, the king will be able to join back into the game. And here the pawn is captured, the time is out, and we're going to be playing rook versus rook for a little bit until Hikaru notices that the timer has run out, and then it's going to be a draw.
Okay, here we go. A draw to close out this match between Hikaru and Levon Aronian. You can almost see the relief on Levon's face, I think, that the match is over. A little wry smile. I mean, big shout out to Levon. I'm a big fan of Levon, as I think, a lot of people. I don't think I know anyone who doesn't like Levon. He's such a perfect gentleman. And I think it's so important that we reiterate one more time what you were saying, because Hikaru has that ability to make pretty much everyone in the world look like an absolute patzer at times and these fast time controls. And I think it's just so important that we remind everyone once again what a fantastic player Levon is. And I think it's mostly just Hikaru who's doing this to his opponents.
Levon had some amazing wins during this match, but in some ways, even the wins for Levon was a win for Hikaru, because it reminds us how strong of a player Levon is, and it reminds us how uncanny it is that Hikaru can just sweep such a quality player by 7 points in this match. So Hikaru, Aronian, one of my favorite players as well. He has this.
Hammer, just to interrupt you for 1 second, I see Hikaru's in the chat saying last hour, as usual, a waste of everyone's time. So I mean, I think we could tell from some of the games that Hikaru was done with the match. We're just waiting on his interview now, but continue, John Ludwig. You were talking about how Levon is also one of your favorite players.
Yeah, he has an amazing aggressive playing style that I think no one really manages to copy. But today, that style just couldn't deal with the trickiness Hikaru brought and the accuracy he had when the players were getting low on time.
Yeah, and well, we will hear it from Hikaru himself. I'm actually quite curious. Sometimes I can never really tell what his thoughts are after a match. By score, of course, he should be happy. He's through to the semifinals. But he's very hard on himself, so we'll stick around. We'll listen into the official interview on chess.com. And while we wait for that, John Ludwig, we actually know already, I wasn't certain, but it looks like Hikaru's next opponent is known already, and he will be taking on Nihal Sarin. What are your thoughts on that upcoming semifinal?
Well, I think in this format, there are three terrifying players, and those are Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and the third one is Nihal Sarin. The Indian youngster has been a complete beast in this format previously. He's won the junior speed chess championship repeatedly because he's still eligible to play. He's that young. And he's gonna provide a big challenge to Hikaru. Hikaru obviously having to deal with being the favorite. But Nihal is certainly capable of creating some problems.
Absolutely. I'll share some thoughts as well. I just want to say thank you to Maria, who just subscribed for 35 months, and also to let you all know that our mods have just confirmed that after we listen into the official chess.com interview, Hikaru will be joining John Ludwig and myself on here as well. So don't go anywhere. I'm very curious to pick his brains a little bit on certain aspects. And yeah, Hikaru against Nihal, I think, will be incredible. I don't know, did you watch the Nihal against Anish match?
No, I didn't. But let's just say I'm not surprised Nihal won that one. Anish, by the way, one of my favorite players as well. He just he struggles in quick time formats, and as such, the Speed Chess Championship is a struggle for him against the very best.
It was actually incredibly close. They went all the way to tie breaks in the end, and I thought Anish might just done Nihal, but in the end, Nihal made it through. But it was really, really close. One of the things I think for Nihal is I heard that playing those events from India with the connection issues. I mean, he seems so fast that I can't notice it, but apparently it makes a small difference. So will that hold him back or not? Hikaru, I think, is still a massive favorite, but Nihal certainly not without a chance, and he'll be looking forward to give Hikaru as much of a fight as he can.
So as we're waiting for Hikaru to finish his interview with chess.com and
well,
come
actually,
here and
we're gonna listen to it. So I think we're just waiting now. They will be back in a second. So I think within 10 seconds we should be hearing from Hikaru on the official channel. So we'll see you on the other side of this interview. Was great to hear from Hikaru with Dania and Jeffrey Zhang there. But don't go anywhere. Hikaru is joining us here in just a sec. We see him in the chat already. And he's actually here. Hikaru!
How are you guys doing?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Doing good. Saw bits of your interview there with Dania and Jeffrey. You were saying you felt the match was decided today in the 5+1 portion?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I was ahead 5.5, 2.5, I mean, it was just too much to overcome. Because I mean, it was really back and forth. Like I won the first 2 games, obviously. Then I lost this horrible third game. I think I was still playing some of the stupid openings with this. I think it was the one with I played knight f3 and b4. And of course, I got a gift from Levon in that game, so it came back to where it was knight and 4 against rook and 3, and that should have been a draw. But I mean, it was kind of a little bit choppy, but then when I won those 2 games at the end to take the 3-point lead, I mean, that was pretty much it objectively. Because for Levon, when we got into the time scrambles, like even the first game, for example, when we both had, I think, like 10 seconds left, I mean, he just wasn't able to keep up with the quality of the moves, and he lost on time. Actually, I think the first 2 games he actually lost on time. Obviously, he was in trouble in both of those games at the end, but still, when we got low on time, he just wasn't able to keep up with me, and so. 3-1 obviously just gets faster. Of course, that means also it's going to be more difficult. So it just, it wasn't meant to be for Levon.
In these 5-1 games where you feel the match is decided, I felt like the final 2 games there were just the most incredible games of the entire match. Can you talk us through, for instance, this occasion where you first sacrifice your knight and then give up the rook for the black knight and the complications that ensued in the penultimate 5-1 game?
Well, I mean, I'd like to say I'm a genius and it was all planned, but it's really stupid because I think I used over a minute on that move or around there. And when I played
you used 2 minutes and 20 seconds for 2 moves in total.
Yeah, but it's really pathetic because like when I played rook takes c4, I only was looking at bishop f6 or knight b4. And then he played f6, and I just felt like a total idiot. So it was fairly stupid of me, and I was very lucky that I had bishop g4 there. Because if I'd realized f6 was a move, I would have just played bishop takes c4 in 2 seconds. So I kind of got very lucky with that, because then, of course, I had a lot less time. But again, when we got down to the end of the game, even though Levon had the extra rook for the bishop, it was much easier for me to play as long as I don't allow an entry on the d file. And that definitely changed things. But then the final game, of course, was really, really bad as well by my standards, because I mean, this position where I get the 2 pawns on b3 and a2 obviously has to be winning. But then I played this bishop f5 move, which just makes no sense at all and allows e6. And I mean, of course, it's still winning, but then at least white gets counterplay. And it worked out, but I was a little bit lucky in that game. And I think when Levon did not win that game, I think it's after bishop c5. I thought after bishop c5 there's some way for him to win the bishop if he doesn't go to f4, like if he goes to e2 or something. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I can still keep the bishop on the board, but it should be winning at any rate. But once I was able to win that pawn on d7, it got messy. And then once I won that game, it was just very, very clear where it was going. But if Levon won that game, it was 4.5, 3.5, at least he had some chances going to 3-1. But when I'm up by 3, it's just probably too much to overcome.
Let's talk about that 3+1. There was one moment I was very curious about. You made it clear in the interview, everything that followed the 5+1 is a waste of everyone's time. You had a huge lead, I think, in this one moment. You had a 5-point lead, and there was a move repetition, which you declined. Ended up.
Yes, this one where, he played rook b1, rook e1, and then, I didn't take the draw. I mean, of course, I should have taken the draw there. But it's very tough because at some point when you're up by 5 points there, it's like, I mean, I already knew the match was essentially over. And the reason that I say like the match was over, that it's a waste of everyone's time, is because realistically, as I've said many times, if I'm going to go into the 1+1 and I'm not going to be down games, I think I'm the favorite against anybody. And the fact that I knew already at that point I would be up by like 3 or 4 going into the 1+1, like it's not realistic for me to lose the match at that point. So that's why I sort of say that it's kind of a waste of everyone's time. But again, like at this point when I'm up 5 and we're in that position, it's like I know that I'm ahead, so I thought, why not just play on? But of course, obviously, I should have taken the draw. At any rate, it is what it is.
What do you even play for in those spots when you know the match is pretty much over? Do you care about the rating? Or do you just want to play good chess?
The thing is, at that point, like for me at least, the only thing that matters just like, pass the time. Just get to the end of the match. I don't really care how you get there. Just, get through the next 30 minutes or whatever, and that's that. And I think it shows too. Like even the match against Paravian, I think in the bullet I won by 1 point. And at some point I think I was losing that portion because it's just like the only thing that matters really is winning the match. And yes, I mean maybe the rating matters in some kind of weird way, but I don't know. It's just for me, it's just like basically run the clock down. Just get out of there.
You said in the interview you were very happy to have won the game. Your face didn't quite match that emotion of happiness.
To have won the match, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, for the last hour of the match, I knew I was going to win. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to be like super enthusiastic because, I mean, again, I at the same time, like I feel bad for Levon because I mean, if Levon could, when he's down by like 5 points in the 3+1, I mean, already there, I think most likely if he could, he would just like resign the match. So I mean, at the same time, I feel bad because then he has to play more. Obviously, I mean, he's a very good player, and the score certainly isn't really fair. Fair maybe is wrong, but it's not reminiscent at least of the quality of chess that Levon can play and usually does play. So. I mean, that's sort of why, I can't really be very happy about it. I mean, it's a win, but it is what it is.
And maybe just one final question. You're in the semifinal. Nihal Sarin awaits. Your thought on that upcoming match?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I played Nihal in India. Very, very strong player, certainly in rapid and blitz and bullet. He's just plays really well. So just looking forward to it again. I'll try to do what I did today. Play good chess. Good things can happen. If not, well, that's life. So it should be exciting though. I'm looking forward to it. And I mean, at least for me, I hope it's competitive further on because the last 2 matches have. I don't know. It hasn't really been all that exciting or fun for me. I have to be honest.
Will you be watching the quarterfinals in the other bracket?
No, probably not. I mean, I'll be streaming. I think so. I actually have something legitimate to do with my time, rather than watching chess. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think Magnus plays Wesley, right? Or are they not at that point yet?
Fabi, if I saw correctly.
So they're not at that point yet. So Magnus still has to play Fabiano, and Wesley
it's just
has to play.
It's actually tomorrow, Magnus against Fabi.
Who does Wesley play? But he's still in it, right? I think he's in it.
You're asking too much here.
Sorry,
well, this is the kind of thing that commentators should be knowledgeable about. It's just that your hiring practices has lowered the standards too much.
No. It's okay. No, I get it. Okay, yeah. I mean, because I assumed they were all still in it, but sometimes you forget. You never know who lost to who. It's always confusing. Yeah. So, I mean, you assume Magnus is a big favorite against Fabiano.
MVL is the other one.
Yeah. So I mean, my presumption is that Magnus, much like my matches, he has to be a big favorite against Fabiano, just because Fabiano is going to have to play really well in the 5+1, try to keep it close or get an advantage. I mean, I think he's going to need to have some kind of advantage going into bullet. If Fabiano can keep it closer as an advantage after 5+1, I think it's going to be game on. If Magnus is, say, up, for example, like 2 or 3 games after the 5+1, much like my match today, I don't think it's going to be very interesting for anybody. And then as far as the other match, you have, MVL and Wesley. Hard to judge. I mean, MVL at times has been very amazing. At times, he's also not been great. Wesley, on the other hand, had the great result in the CGC, but pretty much every other event he's played since then, he's been very mediocre. India was just a complete dud for him, for example. So hard to judge. I mean, if I had to put my money on someone, I actually think that Maxime, he hasn't really had the same successes that Wesley has had this year. So I think if I had to pick, I'd actually pick Maxime to win that match just because he has more to prove and there's probably more motivation. I mean, Wesley won the CGC, won the 200 grand. He can just chill for the rest of the year and no worries whatsoever. So I think that Maxime, if I had to pick someone, I'd pick him. But that match also, I think, is going to be very, very, very close.
Hikaru,
And I guess,
go ahead.
sorry. I
No,
guess
go ahead.
what everyone is wondering is there going to be a dream final, Magnus versus Hikaru? As I recall, the last time Magnus participated in this format, he lost in the semifinal to MVL. And you're predicting
that was only a year ago, right?
Oh,
That was only a year
2 years
ago, but
okay. But at the very least, if there's a rematch with MVL, MVL has proven that he can take down Magnus. Do you think there will be a Hikaru Magnus final, and will it break the internet?
I mean, again, we'll see. I think it could happen. At least if it happens. Fortunately, this time I won't be playing in an auditorium in front of like a couple hundred people like I did in 2017 or whenever that was in South Africa. It was a very, very poor decision. So luckily I won't have that disadvantage. But of course, it would be fun if I play Magnus. But at the end of the day, we both have to get through. I mean, I have to get through at least one more match. He has to get through 2 matches. So if it happens, it happens. But I'll deal with that when we get to that stage. And the internet will not break.
My question was very similar. Do you want to play Magnus in the final?
Do I want to play Magnus in the final? I mean, I just want really, if I'm being honest, all I want is to have close matches going into like the end of the 3+1 or the 1+1. That's really the only thing that I really care about. I really like to have fun matches. Like the match against Ding last year, obviously very memorable for everybody involved. So I just like to have matches that are close and fun because, as I said, it just felt like against Pravian and today. I mean, for the last hour, so you're just like you're going through the motions, and nobody wants to keep playing, but you have to because of the format. So I just like to have close matches. That's all that I'm thinking about.
But isn't kind of the way the format is constructed very different? It creates that challenge for the players how to deal with tilt, because once you lose one game, you are so much more likely to lose the next one. Or do you think the concept of dealing with tilt is a skill some players are lacking? I guess I'm asking.
I mean, I agree with you. I think tilt is definitely a thing. As I said, the problem with the format at the end of the day is that, for me specifically, and maybe like Nihal even for that matter, but I feel like if it gets to the bullet and you're not behind, you're just a big favorite against anyone. But broadly speaking, yeah, I think it's difficult because if someone gets on a streak, it can be hard to slow it down. I mean, I think generally when I think about my match against Dinks, that's the closest match I've played in a few years. I think that there was a point when I lost 2 games, maybe like 2 or 3 times I lost 2 in a row, but it's really important that you do not go on a streak. And yeah, I mean, if you're winning, obviously it's great, but important that you don't tilt and have a long losing streak. I think that is something to keep in mind. But again, I mean, like my match today, I don't think Levon was really on tilt when he lost his final 2 games. It's just that when we got into the messy scrambles, he wasn't able to find the moves that were quite as good as the moves that I found. So I don't think it was tilt, but yeah, that is one of the things with the format that certainly you have to be cognizant of, is just to not lose your mind.
Hikaru, really interesting to hear your thoughts on all these different topics, and it's been a lot of fun following you today. I think we're gonna let you go now, but once again, congratulations on winning the match today, and best of luck already for the semi-final against Nihal.
I mean, who cares? Tomorrow we play Title Tuesday. That's the fun event. That's all that anyone wants to see. SEC is just some other thing. Title Tuesday tomorrow, and back to the real chess. So I'm actually looking forward to that much more than semi-final. So yeah.
Well, best of luck for that then, and yeah, thank you for stopping by. It was great having you here on your channel.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So those were Hikaru thoughts. John Ludwig, any thoughts on that?
Does the guy ever get tired? I mean, after this long kind of tough chess match, I'm not sure I would be excited about Title Tuesday the day after. But Hikaru's record in that tournament is just the most incredible thing. I don't think people understand how difficult the Title Tuesday tournament is when they watch Hikaru win it week after week after week. if Hikaru wins it like once a month, that would already be a fantastic consistency. But the guy is winning once every week, it feels like. But yeah, it means that people have something to look forward to.
Sometimes
tomorrow.
twice a week. Okay, that's gonna wrap up, I think, the show for today. You heard it from Hikaru. He will be back here himself tomorrow. We are going to be raiding Veritas. I assume that's not a chess streamer because I'm not familiar with who they are, but I know some things about chess, but not very much about the world of gaming or Twitch. But yeah, stick around for Veritas. John Ludwig, it was a lot of fun working with you tonight. I'm not sure how much we can give away yet, but you guys might be seeing us again soon. And yeah, thanks to you guys in the chat. It was a very fun evening. And John Ludwig, I'll leave you the final words.
Yeah, bye everyone.